the new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith!
And it is! That shot wins week 6! Maximum checkout. He's done it! Had the moment of his career, and it's on. It's on, double 12. Sensational from Scarat. What a moment.
There's your treble again. There's your single again. And this time he gets the tops right on cue.
For the 1-6-1 for Jasper Scarat. Finding the right things at the right time. He's found the 1-2-1.
Score 85. You require 86. Beautiful check out, and it might be his group.
Big dart, big fight, and that could be a big step in the right direction for Carl Wilkinson.
Yes, indeed. Strong starts are going to be needed by players over the next couple of days, because now that Group A is in the books, we now go to Group C. And it is Series 12. It is Week 1. And this is the final furlong of 2025 starting right here. We're at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, as usual. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in on Pluto TV this afternoon as we look to see who is going to go through to the Champions Night over the course of the next 12 weeks. But first, we've got to get through to our first Champions Night of the week, of course. So it's going to be Stein de Klerk and 2 others from Group C, and we're going to have Laura Turner with us over the next couple of days to find out who that's going to be. Stein de Klerk, not the name that everybody was expecting to go through to Saturday this week first, but he managed to get the job done.
Yeah, he did so, and he was quite clear at the top of the table by the end of it. And despite the fact that perhaps statistically there were bigger performances, there were more consistent, higher averages, timing was perfect. And when he had the opportunity, he took it. You can see here against Spellman getting across the line, 18 darts, but it just proved to be enough.
It was a good first day. It was a better second day. But if anything, Wednesday was even more impressive, because we said that 90% of the job is to get yourself in position. And then when he was up against Rahman and Spellman at the start of Wednesday, he was able to deflect both of them. And in the end, it was those 2 gentlemen that he kept in Group B. A really good campaign, even though, if you look at the legs 1 column, there wasn't a great deal between everyone.
No, they were tight games, weren't they? But as you say, he's just kept those couple of people at arm's length, the chasing pack. That's all you can ask for. And it ended up being 2 games clear, and it might have been those 2 games that proved the most important.
Yeah, he hasn't got to worry about his fellow Belgian over the next couple of days as Rahman and Spellman go to Group B with Kurt Parry, Ronan McDonough and Chaz Barstow, all people who have been to a final, if not won one of these weeks before. But we focus on Group C over the next couple of days. We've got Jason Brandon, Jasper Scarat, the 9-dart hero, and of course South Africa's Carl Gabriel, joined by David Sharp, a former finalist, and Robert Thornton, who has won in this building, but not in a Super Series sense, and Carl Wilkinson, who had his best week here the last time we were here. Brandon, let's talk about him, because over the last couple of days, he's somewhat put right what went wrong on Monday, and he's starting to throw some good darts now.
Yeah, he just left it all a bit too late to get any real progression. But this was a point in the proceedings where if he'd actually crossed the line, he would have found himself in Group B. That's how tight it was and how much work he'd left himself to do. But yeah, he's a proven player. He's a semi-finalist at the most recent version of the WGF World Championship. So we do have high expectations of him.
Robert Thornton's back. Hasn't taken him a great deal of time to do the return journey to Portsmouth after being here on Sunday for our influencer event. There's not really any pressure on Robert this week. It's just about him being here, playing games and trying to figure out where he's going from here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he's kind of made that very short turnaround in terms of driving back down there, as you mentioned. But yeah, maybe that's less time to prepare, less time to think about it, and more time now just to get here and see how things go.
The odds this week have told us what feel like retrospective lies. So as far as Jason Brandon being the 2-1 favourite, I think a lot of people can probably get behind that. David Sharp, though, 9-4. Interesting Scottish player. Won Group C the last time he was in it. Is that fair to see him as second favourite?
I think so. He's obviously got proven ability in the building, got proven ability in Group C as well. So he knows how to negate it. He knows about how important maybe getting a quick start is as well. So I can understand that. But obviously we haven't seen anything of him, and we have seen a bit of the others.
Well, we can't miss Carl Wilkinson. He's a big lad from Barnsley, coming to Portsmouth off the back of making a final here in the previous series. He's got to be fancying his chances a little bit more this time. Yeah,
and he's a confident player. He obviously plays county. He's represented England this year. He's doing quite a bit on the WDF circuit as well. So there's lots of good things going in the right direction. But I think the most important thing, coming back here, knowing that he made a final last time, I think that's the confidence boost. So it's now, again, just making that next step.
That next step is what Carl Wilkinson is looking to take. I got his thoughts this morning before he was back to the practice room to prep for today. Let's see what he had to say. Carl, it's great to have you back at the Modus Super Series. You had your best run here the last time you were here. You must be eager to put something right.
Yeah, 100%. I think the taste of that Saturday night for the first time has definitely given me wanting more today. So,
was it a case of enjoying the fact that you had your best run, or was it a missed opportunity in your own eyes?
Bit of both. I were happy showing glimpses of what I can do, but at the same breath I felt as though the final got away from me when I was 3-0 down. It shouldn't have been 3-0 down, but hopefully I can make that right. Group C over the next couple of days. Interesting group. You've got Jasper in there from Yorkshire. You've got a couple of Scottish players. You must be looking forward to it. 100%. Everybody who comes down here can play darts. I don't read too much into what people can and can't do. It's about what I can do. And if I play my A game, then somebody's going to have to play really well to beat me. You're in the top 40 in the rankings in the WDF. Are you looking to climb that ladder a little bit by the end of the year as well? Kind of looking at it upon see where it goes. I went to a few more last year and got myself to Lakeside. Not chasing that so much this time, but we'll see what happens in the next couple of months. What's been the biggest strength of your game in 2025 then? Has it been scoring, finishing, or a little bit of both? I've always said that my finishing, I hope this won't bite me, but I've always said that my finishing is probably my best part of my game. I'm not the highest scorer in the game, but give me a chance around the 70s, 80s, and fingers crossed, I take them chances. Well, Barnsley's been the home of darts over the last 15 years. I hope Portsmouth's your best home over the next couple of days. Thanks. Good luck, Carl. Cheers. Interesting to get the thoughts of Wilkie. All hail Wilkie. That's what we all say when he's in the building, by the way. He is an honest chap from one of the biggest hotbeds of darts in the world in Yorkshire. But he comes back to Portsmouth to put something right. 41 years of age. Up against a 34-year-old from Joburg, who over the course of this week has shown us the strength that he has. Maybe not the biggest scorer, a bit like Carl, but he's someone who's got that same strength of taking checkouts like 76, 80, possibly a little bit more. George Baker, the dart-loving Jesus referee that he is.
It's Carl Wilkinson to throw
and he loves it, by the way.
Game on.
It's not a slight on him. His actual business card has got Jesus on it. So now we go into action in Group C, and Laura Turner's with us. It'll be interesting to see what we get from Wilkie over the next couple of days.
It will be, yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned Carl Gabriel, and I did quite a lot of work last week on the international pairs, and he was one of those players for me that just
45.
really warmed to the occasion as the week went on. And you could probably make the same argument here on an individual basis. Obviously playing alongside Devon Peterson last week.
58.
Perhaps using that expertise and knowledge that Dev's got, and that kind of continual positivity from Devon, and bringing it all into this week.
59.
His biggest strength this week, we've mentioned it every day because it was noticeable from Monday morning, is if Gabriel has a combination shot with tops left 46. At the end, that's the thing he's been best at. And that is something that Wilkinson's going to have to keep him away from, if he can.
131.
Averages weren't massive in Group A. The fact is that it was very tight from top to bottom. Nothing
59.
epitomises that like Jason Brandon, who we are going to see in our third game of this group up against David Sharp. After Monday,
59.
Brandon was last. He had a dart yesterday to be second. It tells you everything you need to know.
100.
Yeah, Carl Wilkinson's not a very good scorer. Poppycock.
Perfectly timed, Max, because he was on the back foot in this leg, and he's still under a bit of pressure here from Carl Gabriel.
He just misses out on treble 18.
58.
But he does lead tops, and he can't stop Gabriel trying this. Prove us right then.
30.
He almost did. He bent the
You
wire.
require 40.
He says the best part of his game is the finishing.
Game shot in the
He's
first
right.
leg. Go
And he takes the lead in the Carl Derby.
Second
We
leg
were
is
saying
Carl
earlier in the
Gabriel
week,
to
we
throw
don't have a lot of
first.
Carls. And then, of course, Henry Deacon pipes up and mentions about 15 of them.
97.
We have had a few Carls in this building, but we've got 2 on the hockey right now. And it's not just about their name, it's about where they're from.
140.
Because Yorkshire and South Africa do have history with Joe Cullen and Devon Peterson.
86.
Yeah, but it's the Yorkshire Carl that's made the stronger start of the two, and one of those players got a lot of experience. Gone that more
95.
traditional route, I would say. If you kind of look at how a lot of players used to get into the sport, and he's kind of done the Super League, gone into county, represented his
100.
country. We see him on the WDF circuit as well. One of those players that's possibly just on the edge, needs that next big step, and perhaps a win here at the Super Series would be it.
96.
I know what you're saying. A lot of players these days, they want to get to where they want to be via a sat-nav, whereas Carl's still got a
100.
roadmap.
Carl, you require 170.
And he doesn't mind that because he likes it old school. Like this.
98.
Yeah, it
Carl,
would have
you
been
require
interesting. You mentioned it
118.
previously, that curse of the 170, players hitting a 170 and not making it through to finals night.
58.
Yeah, do yourself a
Carl, you
favour, Carl.
require 72.
Don't take it at 170 unless it's absolutely necessary. Double 16 this time.
40. Carl, you require 60.
He's treading a fine line as Wilkinson, leaving Gabriel with chances. He's bent the wire again.
20. Carl, you require 32.
Potential break a throw for Carl Wilkinson.
Game shot in the second
And
leg.
again,
Go
it's cleanly
Wilkinson.
taken in the end for Wilkinson.
Should call himself the Sword, shouldn't he?
Third leg is Carl Wilkinson.
Bit on
to
the
throw
nose.
first.
Well, we are going to have someone in this group
Game on.
called Sharp. I presume he's not going to be wearing a gilet. I don't know where this
60.
segue came from, honestly. Yeah, interesting week one we're having right now, and I suppose we look at week
45.
one slightly differently these days because over the last 3 series, the winner has come from week one in Darius Labanauskas and Jeff Smith.
180.
Don't believe everything you hear. Just believe everything you see. Because Wilkinson,
100.
I think he might have been telling us porkies in that interview. He has been the better scorer in this game.
He has, that's the second maximum that he's found.
100.
Yeah, and of course, you don't get selected to play for your country, and it's hard enough. I mean, you know the calibre of the player that just
140.
goes through the
Carl, you
Yorkshire
require
system if you're
161.
a player that doesn't find big scores.
That's such a good point. If we were to have a list
65.
of Yorkshire players that had been capped for their country, it would be a who's who. Everybody from Dennis Hickling to Gary Thompson,
95. Carl
Wilkinson, and everybody in
96.
between.
Tom Sykes, another player that's come close to being a
56.
series
Carl
champion.
121.
Yes. This time it's the Bull. He could have been 3-0 up.
Carl, you require 40.
Just thinking the same thing. He's had darts to win every single leg and the shake of the head at the back of the stage because Carl Wilkinson, with 3 darts in hand, hasn't afforded
30.
Gabriel another opportunity.
Carl, you
This
require
time he has.
36.
Now that miss at the bullseye could be beneficial.
Game shot in the third
Turns
leg.
out he only
Carl
needed 2
Gabriel.
darts to get that third leg.
Fourth leg is Carl Gabriel to throw first. Game on.
Now, I want to bring up a subject here, and I know this is something that a lot of people don't necessarily want to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it anyway.
100.
In our sport, in the first, let's say, 20 years, it was predominantly
99.
English, Scottish, Welsh, and a little bit of Irish. But it was also predominantly white.
60.
I think what we're seeing over the last few years, it's not just more nations, it's more cultures.
96.
I used to reference someone from the Yorkshire sort of area. There's a guy called Vijay Kumar. Played for his country, played for England.
Mm-hmm.
But we're starting to see a change in culture in this sport.
140.
More people from different backgrounds and different races. That isn't celebrated enough.
No, I agree, and I think we
96.
kind of laud over the development, say, on the Asian tour and the players that were getting over from that area, and it's just one of those growth areas that the PDC have been focusing on, but
136.
now you're starting to see the rewards of it, and as you say, it's very much now a multicultural, international sport that it's played by a lot of, just, like I say,
60.
different people.
Carl, you require 65.
We're going to touch on that again because it is a very pertinent subject. Gabriel's on tops again.
25.
Well, I'm
Carl,
really
you require
glad that I brought that up at the
150.
start of the game about his tops hitting because he hasn't hit it in this game.
Very much the curse of the commentator.
98.
Let's see if he hits it this
Carl,
time
you
to make
require 40.
everybody feel a little bit better, apart from Carl Wilkinson.
Game
There you
shot in
go.
the fourth leg. Carl
He gets it with the
Gabriel.
third one, and he makes it 2-2. Now, if you look at different sports, look at
Fifth
golf,
leg is
for
Carl
instance. It was
Wilkinson to throw
noted as a
first.
country
Game on.
club sport in the 70s and even in the 1980s. You look at it now on the PGA Tour, you got players like Akshay Bhatia, you got Sahith
125.
Theegala, both who grew up in the United States but have very different backgrounds. People like Vijay Singh and even Tiger
60.
Woods, who is half Thai. You look at the ladies' game, it is dominated by people from Asia. I mention golf a lot because I think that's the model we need to start following to try and widen who's playing this sport and who's succeeding.
140.
Well, it's something that's taken a while to develop. Again, I would refer back in darting terms to the PDC. I've used to make the argument that
60.
there was support for age. Then there was developing support for various geographical demographics. So we've got, mentioned the Asian tour. You've obviously got
60.
the CDC in North America. You've got DPA over in Australia and New Zealand. You've with the back of Devon Peterson now. You've got an organisation from Africa, which is seeing
85.
players like Carl Gabriel. We've had Peter Wachiri here as well. And I also think the Super Series is another one that is looking to invite people from various
100.
nations.
Carl,
International
you
pairs is a
require
great
95.
celebration of the amount of players. And we made the point that you could have another 12 different people from 12 different countries and you would still have high caliber and
63.
quality in the
Carl,
field.
you require
Absolutely.
141.
Well, he was going for the littler route, which is something he's done
129.
this week
Carl,
already.
you require 32.
Wilkinson is getting another shot And this time he
Game
takes
shot
it
in
for a
the fifth leg.
3-2
Go
lead. A really
Wilkinson.
good first game here in Group C. Very competitive. Averages are almost identical.
Sixth leg, it's Carl Gabriel to throw
There's
first.
not a lot to
Game
separate
on.
them in terms of any stats, to be fair. Both their highest checkout is 40. They've both had 11 darts at the outer ring, with Carl Wilkinson just getting that one more double
97.
than Carl Gabriel. And averages around the 84.5 mark. As you say, there is little to separate them.
This is the kind of standard we had this week as well.
125.
It's that mid-80s range. The doubling statistics in this game don't really reflect what we've had, because it's been more around the 33% mark.
140.
But the amount of different results we could have had after 5 legs here,
100.
it could have been anything else. Could have been 5-0. We don't even need 5-0.
60.
Well, Carl Gabriel could have had this all done and dusted already. He's had darts in those first 2 legs.
60.
And one thing we have seen this week is that you can start a campaign with some very hot stuff.
100.
Just ask Carl, well, Gabriel that is, because he had a 9-darter hit against him yesterday. And that was at around 9:40 in the morning.
100.
Who said the dart players don't like to play early?
104.
Well, they don't have a choice over the next couple of days because we don't start until 1 o'clock.
44.
This is to win the match.
Carl, you require 116.
He's had 11 darts at a double, which is usually good enough to win a match. He just needs a 12th, which he gets.
76. Carl, you require 60.
Gabriel's again in that area. Potential 2-dart out on tops, and he's got space.
Game shot in the
And he's
sixth
got the
leg.
third
Carl
one.
Gabriel.
And he's got the 3rd leg. Somebody pass me a
Seventh and final
coin
leg is Carl
so I can
Wilkinson
flip
to
it.
throw first. Game on.
That's what this game is.
$85.
There was a look from Wilkinson when he missed tops for that 116, as if to say, am I going to rue that miss?
26.
Yeah, the miss
96.
could prove vital in the end, but it's a slow start from Gabriel.
This is how you fix it.
127.
He's got a really weird angle of attack on the board. It leans to the right, it's flat. And he really does thrust the dart
96.
with his entire body.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, isn't there, when it comes to the action of Carl Gabriel.
Yeah, when he delivers that
100.
third dart, it looks like he's about to do a triple toe loop like Nancy Kerrigan. I used her as an example because I can't think of any South African ice skaters.
46.
But he's very much off balance on dart 3. That's something he will have to minimise over the course of his career.
100.
But he's the first to the finish.
Yeah, after that slow start, 26 points with the first 3 darts. 127 ton.
125. Carl, you require 148.
On the lower of the 2.
60.
He's already had
Carl,
one
you
dart for the
require
match to win by 4
53.
legs to 2. He will feel like this is the time to strike. It's the same double, but he's got 2 chances.
Game
He just
start
needs
and
the one,
match. Carl Wilkinson.
and maybe he will feel relieved at getting over the line in that one. It was a really good first game of Group C in week 1, and Wilkinson did not disappoint. Look at what that meant to him. He's got motivation this week. He really wants to get back to the championship game on Saturday night, but the start of his campaign has started well with a 4-3 win ahead of Thornton making his return, and he's up against the 9-dart hero.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D. Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. That guy there, throwing left-handed from Yorkshire, who seems to have an itchy right shoulder. Well, he had a bit of a day yesterday, didn't he? And before we get into his game with the legendary Robert Thornton, we had a chance to catch up with Jasper this morning as to how he was feeling after yesterday's heroics. Jasper, you've just had the best day of your darting life. I want you to tell us what it was like when this happened yesterday, because this has got to be the biggest thing that's ever happened to you, right?
Yeah, it's massive. First ever nine darter I've ever hit. Even in practice, never hit a 9 darter. Week before, I've missed a 12 for a 9 darter. So to do this, especially live on telly at Modus, is unbelievable.
Yeah, not many people have done this, that's for sure. But at which point were you thinking that the 9 darter was possible? What were you feeling at this point when the second 180 went in?
I think the second 180, when I started walking back, to be fair, I don't really think I thought too much about it. I just wanted to keep calm, and going back up, even after the 60 and the 57, it just seemed to be quite natural, and it wasn't though I was nervous or anything like that. It just seemed right. So
when it went in, obviously we saw with Carl on the stage there was a great deal of joy, but what was the overriding feeling when it went in? It
just an unbelievable feeling that And it was nice to have Carl on. I've been sharing the house with Carl this week. He's been a great player and a good friend this week. So to hit it against Carl, it were amazing. And the way he reacted as well was superb.
Well, the thing is, you got close to one recently. You've just hit one, so why not get another one? We wish you all the best for the future.
Cheers, thank you.
That was really, really nice to hear from Jasper this morning, who adds his name to this roll of honour of 9 dart heroes in the building. The people who have got more than one, well, they're just bragging about it, aren't they? The likes of Lee Cox and Jasper Scarat, who hit their first 9 darter in this building, they're the ones we're going to laud today. Even Danny Van Tripe, who got the first one on a Saturday night, he'd hit one in our previous studio. Oh, there you go, Danny. Well done, you. So now we look at the future instead of what's happened in the last few days. The future for Scarat doesn't get any easier. But now he's into day 4. He knows a thing or two about hard work because he's been in the army. But he's got to be going up against one of the greatest players that's ever played this game. The Thorn is back here in Portsmouth after a small hiatus of about 3 days. He's 58 now, from Saltcoats in the southwest coast of Scotland. A winner in the building, but in a specials week. He's never won a week in classic Super Series action. But he's up against someone who was 5 years his junior. And he was having an absolute whale of a time on the south coast. A long way from Yorkshire. Robert back in the building. This time it's in singles action. What do we think about his chances of making another Saturday over the next 2 days, Laura?
Robert Thornton, one of those players, isn't he? He's prolific at getting through to that final stage. As you mentioned, has won a specials week, never picked up a weekly title in the Super Series. But Robert Thornton, the experience
100.
and the quality that he still possesses, if he makes it through, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. But as you say, he finds himself in Group C, and it's not the easiest of routes to try and get through.
60.
Not at all. I think he is the sentimental choice this week because of his legendary status within the game. He's one of the friendliest people
60.
that's ever graced an hockey. And he's obviously had a tough year. So if he were to pick up the title this week, my word, pass the hankies. But the sentimental choice doesn't always get the silverware. Just look at Steve Beaton in week 11. Jurgen van der Velde. He was the person who stopped
81.
Steve Beaton with a rather destructive display. There are 12 players here this week. All 12 really want to be there around 11 o'clock on Saturday night.
131.
Getting the medal, getting the trophy, and the invitation to Champions Week at the end of November.
It can be the catalyst that really starts off something
100.
special. I
Jasper,
think
you require 170.
back to players like, and I've mentioned him already, but Tom Sykes, I just think getting a win here, it just gave him the confidence to go away
40.
and do big
Robert, you
things and
require
good things
160.
in and around the circuit as well.
$100.
Good ton there
Jasper,
from Robert.
You require 130.
But Scarat is looking for a rather small fish.
120.
Not quite.
Robert, you require 60.
When Robert's on form, this is a gimme.
40.
Just drags that third one a little
Jasper,
bit
you require 10.
and gives Jasper a chance to take a 1-0 lead. Double two. It
Game
just
shot in the
about
first
hangs
leg,
on.
Jasper
And he
Scarat.
does break the throw in his first leg of this group. I was having a little
Second leg is
scout,
Jasper
Laura,
to throw
around
first.
2 hours ago
Game
on the stage. Conditions here today are perfect. It's amazing how the weather has changed on the south coast of England
22.
as soon as we hit September. It's like somebody said, summer's over, turn that light off. Now, players are
41.
not sweating it up on the stage like they were a few weeks ago. It is perfect out there. It's the ideal temperature for these players to put in perfect legs.
Yeah, Goldilocks conditions, and hopefully
100.
we'll have some more golden moments this week.
Goldilocks conditions, I like that. Coming from the blonde bombshell herself.
140.
I'm going to stick with that because actually it's kind of a bit of a mix of kind of old age grey as well now.
63.
I think these two have the same barber. Just makes it funnier when you see photographs of Robert
140.
around 2008, 2009 when he did have hair.
It's
a good look to have if you want to be a top dart player. Just ask Michael van Gerwen. And it was Van Gerwen, of course, that
85.
Robert beat when he won the World Grand Prix, which is not too far away now.
No, just about a month away.
120.
Yeah, Robert's win was a decade
Robert,
ago.
you require 95.
How did that happen? How could this happen? From the angle.
55.
Oh, he's decided to leave tops instead.
Jasper, you require
Again,
136.
bit of a happy accident, but only if he gets back to the oche. This time he will. Scarat did scare the 130 the shot before, and it's a big last
Robert,
start.
you require 40. No
Oh,
score.
boy.
Jasper, you require 36.
What an invitation to get a 2-0 lead. Double 16. That's a happy accident as well.
20. Robert, you require 40.
Early chances missed by both, but Thornton back for his beloved tops. Well, it's now over to double
20.
10.
Jasper, you require 16.
Just feel for Robert Thornton getting that good early start. It feels quite imperative. It was very up and down in terms of
No
the
score.
international pairs, but he's got another
Robert,
chance.
you require 20.
Double 5.
No score.
And the problem with doing this
Jasper, you
early in your
require
campaign
16.
is it could infect the rest of this game and possibly the rest of the day. What is happening in this leg? Which double's going to be hit? Is it double 2 again?
Game
Oh,
shot
well,
the second
there's
leg.
nothing wrong with
Jasper
double 2.
Scarat.
I've said it a few times.
Third leg is Robert to throw
And I think it's pertinent here as well because
Game on.
where else would Jasper Scarat play Robert Thornton? Jasper doesn't do Q School. He doesn't do the Challenge Tour.
85.
He didn't do the Seniors. This is the only place they could possibly meet. If I were in his shoes, I'd be thinking to myself, this might be the biggest game I've ever played.
134.
Definitely in terms of calibre of player and legendary status in the sport, I would agree.
140.
Do you know how many years ago it's been since Robert won his first PDC title?
No, I'm surprised it's been a decade since the Grand Prix, to be honest.
17 years.
60.
Shoalhaven Heads, New South Wales. Australian Open champion 2008. That was his first PDC title.
45.
Testament really to the longevity of a player like Robert Thornton, his career, and the fact that he's still competing at the highest level and he's still got that passion and that fire in the belly to keep coming back and striving for more titles.
99.
I think sometimes in your life, it's inevitable that you're going to have to ask yourself some hard questions. And you might have to ask them almost when
61.
you don't want to. Something like, what else have I got to do in this sport? What else can it give me?
100.
You might be at that crossroads
Robert,
as
you
if to say,
require
well,
170.
what is darts to me now?
Sometimes I think, I don't know
58.
what's more
Jasper,
difficult
you require 108.
for an individual player, because you look at the likes of, say, Derek Coulson, who has got better as he's got towards the end of what could be his career. But
45.
Robert Thornton, where you've had the highs and
112.
age-wise in a similar position, is that harder to deal with when you've been at the top of a sport?
Well, there's nothing easy about this
72.
game. He's missed
Jasper,
the 12
require
to leave
63.
tops. And Scarat might even have the option of leaving tops. And he's missed his single as well. It's catching. If I were in Robert's shoes right now, I'd be saying to
27.
myself, right, you're
Robert,
getting
you
it now.
require 40.
You've cost me legs. You're getting it.
$20.
Maybe tops is
Jasper,
getting
you
him back for all the
require
times it's been hit in his
36.
career.
Yeah, 14 darts missed at the outer ring for Robert Thornton so far. Most of
Game
them have been
shot
at
the third
tops,
leg,
and once
Jasper
again, it's
Scarat.
Jasper Scarat that manages to punish.
Now, this is where those fighting qualities of Thornton
Fourth leg, it's
really need
Jasper
to be
to
found.
throw
He's in
first.
disbelief right
Game
now.
on.
There have been times in his career where he could have thrown a dart over his shoulder with his eyes closed, standing on a washing line, and he'd still hit tops.
60.
They're unproving that darts is not simple. But look at his technique.
100.
It's exactly the same as it always has been. It's been one of the best throws of all time.
And you could argue in this match, actually, it's Robert Thornton with the better scoring stats. But when it's
60.
come to the outer ring, that's where he's just been found wanting.
You couldn't want for any more.
80.
That 180 was delightful. Top left, top right, middle. That's how you get a maximum.
60.
I wonder if it'll help Robert having another Scotsman in the practice room over the next couple of days.
96.
Someone that he maybe doesn't know as well as, say, a Scott Campbell or a John Henderson. Someone a little bit new in David Sharp.
60. Robert,
Yeah,
you
the one thing you
require
probably can be certain with a
125.
group like this, there's probably going to be a bit of banter in the back room.
You're not wrong there. He's not going to leave
85.
anything else. He was never going to go 19 for double 18 there. He does not submit, even if he's missed it a stack of times. Now, if he hits it here, what's his reaction going to be?
81.
Probably a raise
Robert,
of the
you
hands to think,
require
where have you
40.
been for the rest of this match so far? But will perseverance pay?
30.
He's seeing the funny side of it right now. Well, if you can't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah, and he knows he will have the opportunity to come back. What would you do in this situation? Straight for
40.
it? Split it?
Robert, you require
He's going to go straight
10.
for it, isn't he? Hit the barrel. Oh, maybe not.
No score.
I am lost for words.
Jasper, you require 140.
It's as if the doubles are repelling his tungsten.
I could understand if they were really far away, but I think you could have got those three on a pinhead.
Well, how do you leave double two, Jasper? That's been your best friend.
116. Robert, you require 10.
Leave double two. Oh, okay, don't. And you can
No
completely
score.
understand how he
Jasper, you
feels.
require 24.
21 darts at a double, and he hasn't been able to hit one. And Scarat has
Game
won
shot and
by
match,
4
Jasper
legs to
Scarat.
0. One of the strangest games you will ever see here in Portsmouth. And maybe one of the biggest fixtures of Jasper's career. And he ends up winning it. And I'm going to say this word, fortuitously, by 4 legs to 0. The standard wasn't brilliant by any stretch of the imagination. But the thing is, it's all about the points. And Jasper is off to a flyer.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Two games down in our Group C campaign for Thursday, and now it's time to welcome David Sharp. The man nicknamed Razor is back at the Live Lounge for his second visit. He's up against someone who's wearing, I think, his 4th different dart shirt of the week, and that's a bit of a dazzler, isn't it? Looks like the one he was wearing last week in international pairs. It's a bit of JB, it's a little bit of Alex Spellman. This is a very streamlined look at David Sharp, 36 years of age, from north of the border. And this guy, all the way from Tennessee. Earlier in the week, he was known as Tennessee Risky. Yeah, that one's on Henry, by the way. But David Sharp is someone we should take seriously, because the last time he was with us, he won Group C. And that was all the way back in week number 4 of Series 11. He was in a group with the likes of Mark McGuire,
First leg is David to
Kurt
throw
Parry,
first.
Martin
Game on.
Turner. But he was the best player, getting 8 wins from 10 games. When he plays well, he's very handy.
140.
Yeah, and it's a solid start already. And sometimes I wonder how much the other players in the field, especially when you've got
45.
someone like Jason Brand and come all the way over from the USA, how much they know about these other players that step into the group. I don't know if that ever makes a difference. Obviously, Robert Thornton, you know, his
95.
CV speaks for itself. But when you've got these kind of fringe players that you don't know quite so much about, you know, for me, that just makes you want to go out there and throw absolutely everything at the board because you don't want to give anyone any chances.
95.
I know what you mean. Because if you do enough travelling in this sport, you're going to run into a lot of people that you don't know. I once went to Canada, And I didn't know many
96.
people in the room. I was still a bit of a greenhorn. But I'd just come off my first PDC win in Australia. And I'd just beaten a guy called Sean
85.
Brennan.
David, you require 170.
And they said, do you know who the guy is? And I went, no. Oh, he's one of the best around. I went, is he? Is he?
145.
Well, we couldn't tell if he was going for it. Well, obviously Sharp has read the room. Don't give in to the curse.
84.
We are really making a thing of this now.
25.
Well, it remains to be seen if it's something that
Game
is a
shot, the first
permanent
leg,
fixture.
David
But
Sharp.
it's a really efficient first leg from David Sharp. 14 dart, hold a throw.
Second leg is Jason to throw first.
Well, if
Game
David
up.
makes Saturday night and you're coming down to watch, well, your job is to say this to him. Hi, David. I want your autograph. Have you got a Sharpie?
60.
Just wait for the tumbleweed to go by. He's not actually playing in glasses this week either. Last time
55.
he was. Maybe it's contact lenses, maybe it's surgery. We don't know. We'll get the insight into that one pretty soon.
100.
But let's talk about Jason, because he is one of the best players in the US. And that's just not just us saying it. Alex Spellman's been saying it all week. He was within 1 dart of not playing in this group. He could have been in Group B, but then 2 darts later, his nemesis for this week,
125.
Carl Gabriel, won the match and put Brandon in Group C. He is yet to taste
59.
a Saturday night here in Portsmouth. This is obviously his Super Series debut, but he was here last week playing in the pairs. Wasn't able to make it.
140.
But maybe he's stronger in a singles environment than he is in doubles.
Yeah, by their own admission, it's Alex Spellman partnering Jason
141.
Brandon, and
Jason,
they
you
just
require
didn't quite.
76.
I don't know. They just seemed to struggle when it came to the pairs. As you say, pairs isn't for
Game
everyone,
shot,
and
the
maybe
second leg,
singles is
Jason Brandon.
where Jason Brandon will thrive, and that's a great 76 and a great response.
You know, you go to
Third
certain
leg is
establishments
David
and
to
they
throw
say, would you
first.
like a
Game
double? Well, maybe Jason's the kind of guy who says, no, I'll just have a single.
41.
One thing we learned from the second game of Group C, you need singles and doubles.
Yeah, it really was a bit of a
140.
kind of a bizarre outcome in terms of the scoreline, because Robert Thornton losing out 4-0, and that in itself may not be a surprise depending on the level of the game, but 21 darts at a double.
36.
You talk about the calibre of Jason Brandon. He's one of those players that's really come into the fore over the last few years. Won at Virginia Beach, won the Port City Open this year, won the
100.
Charlotte Open, Shoot for the Moon, but he's also won one called the Choo Choo Classic.
Oh, yeah. We love the choo-choo. I'm going to that before I end my career.
85.
I'm going to the choo-choo. It is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's his home tournament for Jason. And it's one of the best named
140.
tournaments in the world. There's only one that I can think of that is better. And that's the Potato Open, which is held in Prince Edward Island, Canada.
93. Jason, you require
If you can think of a better one,
121.
please get in touch with us at MSS Starts on social media. Double 16.
89.
And that one was on the wrong track.
Jason Brandon here, after losing that
60.
opening leg to a 14
Jason,
darter,
you
really
require
has
32.
started to make a move.
Yeah,
Game
this is
shot
the
the
kind of
third
stuff he
leg,
was doing at the
Jason
very
Brandon.
start of Group A. He beat Alex Spellman in the first game of the week with a 100.2 average. And at
Fourth
that
leg
point,
is
you're
Jason
thinking,
to throw first.
okay,
Game out.
he seems to like this. It never got that good again. Until now.
100.
Because he's averaging over 100 again. And look at the level of play we're getting.
And if you are one of those players that's here for the full week, so you know you're joining in Group A. Group A, notoriously difficult because it's just the one player that goes through. Group C, this is the one for me where you have to have that really strong start. And if Jason Brandon can replicate what he was doing early on in Group A and bring it here to Group C, then he's going to put himself well in contention. He's obviously come into the group favourite. And there you can see the stats he's posting. Just over 106 average.
He won't feel uncomfortable with playing this well.
100.
He's played some great games in his career, including winning at Madison Square Garden. Not everybody can say they've done that. And he's looking at 121 again.
34. Jason, you require
Same route?
121.
You would assume so.
It would make sense. Well, have to be a different route from now on, but double 18 for a 1-2-1 and just
93.
go south.
Double 14 has been Brian Roman's double this week.
180. Jason, you require 28.
Cricket stump 180 there from Sharp. All in uniformity.
Game
And it was in vain.
Jason
It's
Brandon.
3-1 Brandon with a 13 darter this time. If this group
Fifth
is going to
leg
be
is
anything like
David
this
to throw
game,
first. Game on.
get ready. You ever been to the Choo Choo, Laura?
135.
There's a lane I never thought I'd see.
One I thought I'd never hear, to be honest, but no, I haven't. Played a couple of tournaments out in the States, Florida this year. Played in the
60.
in Las Vegas as well.
It's actually a flavour of ice cream, isn't it? Caramel Choo Choo.
140.
Who comes up with these names? I want to know who does it. At one point, somebody said, do you know what? I think these darts tournaments, they're just a bit boring.
140.
Calling themselves the Port City Open and the Las Vegas Open. We got to be a bit different, eh?
Yeah, there's definitely some out there names when it comes to some of the North American tournaments.
My heartfelt
45.
apologies to everybody in North America for what can only be described as a King of the Hill impression.
$60.
I remember when Sharp was in Group C the last time, he got off to a blistering start. And he did not relinquish top spot throughout the 2 days. If he's going to get off to a hot start again,
60.
he's going to have to dig deep
58.
here.
Well, he's got at least 6 from this position.
$48.
And he's going to need all 6. And coming back for double 5, it can be awkward. It can get messy.
$60. David, you require 10.
Scotland does not like double 5 today. Until
James
now.
on the 5th leg, David Sharp.
That's the worst leg of the match, isn't it? Doesn't feel like it.
Sixth leg is
Brandon,
Jason to throw
curiously,
first. Game on.
his best recorded average was in a loss. When he lost to Connor Scott at last year's World Masters
43.
in Hungary. Scott would average 110 plus. Brandon over 105. On Tuesday, he had the best
134.
average of the entire day in a game that he lost. You don't want that to be a tag that is hanging around your neck.
46.
No, there's a bit of a worry here with Jason Brandon as he's got closer to that finishing line. He's still within 1 leg, but he's really dropped off the pace. We saw earlier averaging in excess of 106, and now it's down to a very respectable 93, but because the drop-off is just over the last leg and a half, that's quite a big drop-off quickly.
Yeah, it really is.
100.
You might even have Sharp as favourite to win the game from here.
Yeah, because as Brandon's dropped off, Sharp has got better.
95.
For Sharp, the equation is quite simple. Break here, hold throw. He wins 4-3.
58. David, you require 92.
He's only lost 2 Group C games in his career. He might not lose this one.
Leg, David Sharp.
That is a 12 darter. We've had all sorts of quality in this game.
7th and final leg is David to throw first.
And now Sharp is the favourite. He has snuck under the radar the first few legs, and then he has struck.
Yeah, from 3-1 down, it was looking like it could be a difficult task for David Sharp, but to say he's really upped the pace. He's now outplaying Jason Brandon.
45.
The only people to beat Sharp in Group C
135.
are Mark McGuire and Martin Turner. He was slightly off the pace in those games.
134.
And he was defeated, but he's been on pace in the final half of this game.
59.
I'd have been interested to see if Sharp was going to stay on the 19s. If he'd found a dart that was above that treble 19.
100.
That's a key treble. Now it's game on.
And when you consider Jason Brandon, obviously very comfortable up on the stage, been there all this week, also played international pairs
57.
last week. David Sharp, for me, I always wonder how players are going to come out with that first game when they haven't had as much, let's say, warm-up, but they haven't become as accustomed to the stage as the rest of the players who have played a full week.
It's 2.5 months since we last saw him. A lot can happen in that time frame. I like what he's just done. He wasn't ready, so he decides to reset. He's probably the most deliberate of the players in this group. There's a lot of pace here in Group C.
Jason, you require 164.
This is the right time to speed up. Brandon looking for a Mustang moment.
92. David, you require 110.
Big moments here. Sharp really has battled hard to get back in the match.
Can he get the treble he needs? He doesn't.
54.
So Brandon gets his
Jason,
wish.
You require 72.
Can he start with a win like he did on Monday morning? In very different fashion.
Game
It's a beautiful checkout from Brandon, and you can see how much it meant to him to get over the line in that one. He was reeled in after being 3-1 ahead. Sharp made everything difficult for the American, but in the end, he just needed the one chance to get those 2 points in the bag in a high-quality game. The averages came down in the end. Doesn't matter, though. Brandon gets the win by 4-3, and when we come back, it's going to be round 2. One round of play has come and gone, so we go into our second circuit of matches here in Group C on Thursday afternoon. And it's a quick turnaround for Robert Thornton after he was not able to find a double with 21 attempts in his first game. He now has Carl Gabriel in his way. The clash of generations, over 20 years between these two. And this is the kind of game that Carl is looking to expect from his career moving forward. Playing against all of the best players in Africa, but now he's pitting his wits against one of the best ever.
First leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
And they were both here last week for international pairs, but now want to kick on. Gabriel lost 4-3 in his first game against Carl Wilkinson.
96.
So they're both looking for their first win in this group, and they need to get one soon.
Yeah, for Robert Thornton.
21.
He went down 4 legs to nil after what transpired to be quite a bizarre match in terms of the result, because Thornton had more darts at a double.
140.
But it didn't seem to matter what he did. Everything kind of pitched on the wire, could not find the target. Just feel like a couple of early legs here for
41.
Thornton, just to settle him into the rest of the day.
Yeah, these are the times where you want that steady 18 darter with a first or second dart
95.
kill, just to inspire some positive behaviours.
Yeah, for me it's always about getting that finish clean, not chasing it
40.
round or making it messy again.
Can't you require 170?
Scoring wasn't an issue for Robert Thornton in the first match, but as we say, finishing was. But it's Carl Gabriel here who's making the inroads.
60.
Yeah, I think Gabriel is definitely the gold medalist in the Quiff Stakes this week.
140.
That Quiff is higher than the Spinnaker Tower.
$70.
That's worked out pretty well. This is the kind of leg he's looking for. Yeah, good response there from Robert.
Carl, you require
Leaves
40.
himself handily placed just in case.
Well, we know the price that Thornton normally has on tops, and it has been Carl Gabriel this week who's
136.
found that target on many an occasion, but it was an outside opportunity for Thornton and one he can't take.
38. Carl,
Maybe
you
a little bit of
require
frustration
20.
starting to boil over. Is this something that Gabriel can take advantage of on double 5?
10.
The
Robert, you
door is
require
ajar
98.
for his first leg of the day. He's never going to go double-double. And it's
58. Carl, you require
perceived
10.
that that is something that Robert should have done a bit more, maybe.
Game shot in the first leg. Carl Gabriel.
We can sit here and say that he could have gone double 19, double top.
Second
But there's
leg is
nothing wrong
Robert
with
to throw
going
first.
your
Game
way.
on.
No, and I think that the double-double combination, you go back to, say, like when we were playing, I won't say how many years ago, but
140.
a few, it was almost perceived as showboating, wasn't it? It wasn't the route that players would tend to go. It happened, but it wasn't always
79.
well received, whereas now it does make sense. It is a bigger target, but with that, there does come that extra bit of risk where you can throw it on the outside of the
60.
board and score nothing.
Yeah, I think the greatest example of that is when James Wade was playing Kevin Painter at the World Match Play
94.
18 years ago, I think it was. James took out 80, hit 2 double tops. Kevin didn't like it.
100.
Years later, he's at the World Seniors and he does it himself. And people were calling Painter a hypocrite.
100.
But a lot can change in 18 years.
I was going to say, I'd see it as kind of a progressive move, especially if it pays off.
Absolutely.
60. $26. Robert, you require 141.
Oh, this would be something to get off the mark.
83.
I was just going to say, if he gets the treble 13, maybe a different target might have opened the door to a different mindset. You know what he's going to do next.
86.
He's not going to be one of
Robert,
those
you
guys who
require
goes for treble
58.
18, trust me.
Double 10. Double
Game
10
shot
is
the second
found.
leg, Robert Thornton.
A raise of the arms, rather sarcastically, I'm sure, but he will be delighted just to have
Third leg is Carl.
found the double. And again, it's
Game
what we
on.
were saying before. When he's got down to a double in this leg, he's taken it cleanly.
That's going to feel good,
29.
isn't it?
Yeah.
You always want to get your first double of the day, but you don't want to get it in your 6th leg.
22.
Maybe a bit of a rush of blood to their head then after the back of Thornton finding the double. But that's the one thing you'll see from Robert Thornton.
45.
He chastises himself so much. It's part of his, I think it's part of getting himself focused and motivated, but the expectations he's got of himself.
60.
We've been here in this building 3 years and 1 day. Yesterday was the anniversary of coming to Portsmouth, September 3rd, 2022.
100.
Is it fair to say that in regular Super Series action, where we've got 12 qualifying weeks and a Champions Week,
47.
is he the best player that hasn't won a week?
It's very hard to argue any differently when you consider how many times he's made it through
68.
to finals night as well, and the fact that he has picked up a win here, but it just happened to be on double trouble week.
140.
Some people would say Martin Adams. He's been pretty close, but he's played in a
95.
Champions Week after being a runner-up. Robert hasn't been to a Champions Week yet. Can you imagine what it would be like? And this is the sentimentality coming out again.
42.
If he were to lift that
Carl, you
trophy like
require
Jeff Smith did a couple of weeks
164.
ago at the end of November, my word, there wouldn't be a dry eye in the house.
60.
No, but if he's got any ambitions of making it through, you do feel that there's just been a few too many loose starts
53.
early on so far
Carl,
for
you
Robert
require
Thornton, but
104.
adjusted well with the last.
Well, that was a really
48.
progressive thing he just did.
Robert, you require 137.
Go for treble 15 with the last start.
97. Carl, you require 56.
He couldn't have done any more if he couldn't take 137 out. But it is tops for Gabriel.
Game shot in the third
And this time he
leg.
gets
Go,
it with the first
Gabriel.
one.
Fourth leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
I don't think there have been many top-level players who've played in South Africa.
85.
They used to have a World Series event over there. It ran just the one time. And that was where Mervyn King
122.
hit a 9-darter against James Wade, the first televised 9-darter in the Southern Hemisphere. There would subsequently be another by
45.
Phil Taylor in Australia.
But it all comes back to the conversation that we were having earlier in terms of
45.
different geographical areas and how the world of darts is just trying to develop the sport in those certain areas.
90.
If the PDC are going to continue with the World Series, I think they need to have one big event per continent.
97.
One in Africa, one in Europe, one in Asia, one in Australasia, one in North America, one in South America. Have 6 of them. Then the World
60.
Series finals takes on a bit more relevance, in my opinion. At the minute, it's just a nothing event. That's just my personal opinion.
100.
It's good, but it could be better. I just think the World Series is ripe right now to have a little bit more exposure in other parts of the world. I don't think we need to have one in the Netherlands.
61. Carl, you require 137.
I think we need to have one in Africa. I think we need one in Japan.
97.
But that's the whole
Robert,
idea,
you
isn't it? It
require
is a showcase.
160.
It is a showcase, and it's bringing darts to areas of the world where they perhaps don't get to see that caliber.
42.
There are
Carl,
the stumbling
require
blocks,
40.
like money and stuff that can be promoted.
30.
And the stumbling block
Robert, you
for
require
both of these guys,
118.
it has been the doubles to a certain degree. Thornton wouldn't mind a combination here. Can't quite get there.
58. Carl, you require 10.
Nobody likes double 5. Apparently everybody likes double 2
Go,
today.
Gabriel.
I think that's the most hit double so far today.
Fifth leg is Carl to throw
Yeah,
first.
it has been
Game
found a few times, and it's actually, I think it's been Robert Thornton on the back of receiving every leg which has been won on double 2 so far.
45.
Yeah, fair to say that Robert is not a fan of double 2 at the minute. Is quite receptive for his opponents.
100.
But you'll notice as well that Robert was one of the last players to don the old bowling collar shirt. And even he's gone to the breathable material now. So that leaves just Steve Beaton. The last 3 standing.
57.
Thornton, Beaton and Gilding. And Gilding's gone to the breathable material, so there's only one person left
85.
wearing the old school bowling collar shirt, which is the Adonis. Felt weird seeing him in red last week.
121.
Didn't seem right, did it? I agree. Let's be honest, they did have the opportunity to make him white, the shirts.
121.
Yeah, I think they probably should have been.
Yeah, you look at the traditional kind of colours that England football, the England dart squad, they are predominantly white shirts worn.
Yeah, they were going for the 1966 look. Just England on the back. Nothing else.
They were low-key, weren't they, in terms of props?
Understated.
Yeah.
85.
And you
Robert,
couldn't
you
say the
require
same for Team
124.
USA, who had one shirt that they brought out looked like they'd been let loose in a paint shop.
88. Carl, you require 40.
This one might be beyond Thornton as well. He was a late replacement for Daryl Fitton, who couldn't play this week.
Game shot and the match. Go,
And
Gabriel.
Thornton's not a match for Carl Gabriel on this one, unfortunately, as Gabriel, in typical style, walks straight off the stage, doesn't even think about it. But as far as he's concerned, he's put right what went wrong in the first game, and he's now on 2 points with 3 other players.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
It's time to get into our 5th game of the day, and welcome back to Pluto TV's continuous coverage of the Modus Super Series here in week 1 of Series 12. Time to see 2 people who have won their first round game, meaning these are the possible players who could stand at the top of the table at the end of round 2. It was a positive start for both. But maybe at the end of game 1, when Wilkinson was breathing a sigh of relief, he will feel like he dodged a bullet. He had 13 darts at a double in that game, as did his opponent, but he was able to hit 4 chances, as opposed to Gabriel's 3.
And arguably you can make the same comparison here for Jason Brandon, who again got a 4-3 result. He was leading that match 3-1 over David Sharp, but key difference for me with Jason Brandon, 4 from 6 on the outer ring. Really efficient when he had the opportunity to see off a leg. He found a way.
He puts in that kind of performance over the next couple of days. He will not be far outside the top 2, that's for sure.
60.
You would assume, considering the standard we've seen this week. You average 90, and you have 40% in your doubles. 59. You're going to win Group C.
Yeah, we were having a discussion earlier about the most recent champions, the Champions Night. Jeff Smith obviously picking up that title. And that's one of the things we were saying. It's great to see big averages, and obviously it must be an amazing feeling for the players. But what wins these groups and what gets you through to finals night is that consistency.
$137.
One of the biggest things for Brandon on Monday morning was that he wasn't able to sustain the quality that he started with.
137. Jason,
doesn't seem to be having that problem 24. At the start of this one.
Game shot.
This is looking very good for the American.
Second leg is Carl to throw.
Okay, let's ask a very open question. Where is American darts right now?
140.
I think arguably, yes, we have had the likes of, say, a Larry Butler picking up a world match play title, but they just haven't had that one really 45. Big name. And you could probably make the argument for that and for Canada. So, like, kind of bulk all of North America together, really. I think they've got a lot of good players coming through.
99.
And again, but for a country the size of America and the amount of people that play, they've got some really big leagues out there. You would think there would be more players to dominate, but perhaps that's a logistical issue as well.
137.
We quite often mention the likes of, say, a Simon Whitlock or a Damon Heta from Australia who've come over to kind of ply their trade, and you've seen the progression and the heights that they've had.
85.
But a lot of darts at that top level is played in the UK, Europe, and that's sometimes maybe the difficulty. That's the next step, perhaps.
And we know what the Americans think of UK 59. Food. They don't like it. So maybe that's the reason. If we had a better menu, maybe more of the USA players would come over.
60.
I believe wholeheartedly that we now need to start taking more darts to them.
140.
Not just
Carl, you
MSG.
require 117.
Let's give them some ranking events, especially the ones with World in the title. I know it's about ticket sales before anybody ats me.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a time, surely, where we put...
77.
I'm not going down the, I'm not going
Jason,
down the
you
major
require
route.
120.
Something's got to be in America or Canada. He's going north.
80.
He's not the first person to bend that
Carl,
wire
you
today.
require 40.
No, it's a big opportunity for Jason Brandon because Carl Wilkinson,
Game
said
shot in the second leg.
the
Carl
strength of his
Wilkinson.
game, he said, was in the doubling and again efficiency on the outer ring. So it's a bit of confusion
Third
over
leg
whose
is
water
Jason
was
to throw
who.
first.
We do
Game
not
on.
need another Watergate. We've had a few of those over the years.
Every game this week where Brandon has played, there's been some water confusion.
41.
We need to get personalised glasses. That's what you should get when you make your debut. Welcome to the Super Series.
93.
Here's your glass. Don't lose it. You won't get another one.
$60.
Yeah, just on that debate about American darts. There are good young players over there. They have enough tournaments going on. Almost on a
58.
weekly basis in different parts of the United States and Canada. But there used to be ranking tournaments in America. There used to be ranking tournaments in Canada. And the
136.
fields were big. People would flock to London, Ontario, to Atlanta, Georgia, to the Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut
137.
for these big PDC ranked events. And you might wonder where I'm going with this, because I do want ranked events in America. However, I know the PDC's argument. It is this: monetization.
58.
If it's not monetized, it's not worth doing it. And I totally get it in a commercial environment. But I would like to see, in the next
98.
generation, the PDC Tour being more of a worldwide thing instead of it being Europe-centric.
$54.
It's quite often a question, is it how can it develop, where can it develop? And it's a geographical question, as you say, for me.
99.
That's a lovely last start from
Jason,
Carl.
you require 150.
This time we've only got one Carl in this game. And that Carl might be 2-1 up, courtesy of a 6-visit
41.
leg.
Carl, you require 16.
He's the better player. He's got the highest average.
Game shot
And
the
his
third
finishing
leg,
is
Carl
not letting him
Wilkinson.
down. He's a
Fourth
very
leg is
honest
Carl to
player, isn't
throw
he?
First.
You look at the darts he's
Game on.
using. You're probably not going to find them in any catalogue. He's used them for years.
96.
Curiously, at one point, Martin Thomas of Wales was using these exact barrels as well.
85.
You tend to find, don't you, there's players that have equipment, they stick to it, do not change, do not deviate from whatever their original setup was.
100.
And then there's those players perhaps then looking for that little bit extra, that next step, and quite often it's the equipment they go to more than anything else.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
58.
Dart players usually go to equipment first, and they think about themselves second. When in fact, if those darts have worked
95.
before, they're more likely to work again if you tweak the things you're doing, not what you're using. But there's so much choice now.
41.
Used to be 4 or 5 pages of barrels in a catalogue, and now you can spend days just flicking through pages on the internet.
Definitely is a lot
60.
there. I was recently, I'm going to say the Welsh Open, even though it was held in Western-super-Mare. So we've labelled it the Wenglish Open, basically. But over there, they had a dart stall set up.
58.
And like you say, just on a
Time
dart stall at a
required
venue,
150.
maybe 60, 70 sets of different darts. It's just overwhelming.
98.
I mean, I was that stubborn that I played with an odd dart for 15 years.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Peter Manley played with odd darts as well. They were all different weights.
139.
Well, we don't have to
Time
wait too
required
long
52.
to see who wins this leg. He's looking for the Wilkie Way.
Game shot in the fourth
That's the
leg.
Wilkie
Go
Way.
Wilkinson. Fifth leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
Now, this is not a bad performance from Carl. 87 average. Doubles are excellent. 3 out of 6.
100.
He's not necessarily getting every chance, but he's getting a visit and making the visit work.
140.
That's all you have to do.
No, and importantly in this match, Jason Brandon's just been limited to 3 darts at a double, one of which he found.
140.
Yeah, that's how you win darts matches. You can keep your opponent at 3 darts at a double. You're going to win.
55.
We spoke in the last match, didn't we, about the kind of where Carl Wilkinson is in terms of, you know, where he's playing, what his ambition is. He mentioned to yourself that he's done a bit on the WDF, but perhaps
91.
not necessarily chasing down those points to find a way back to go to the Lakeside, but did have a tour card for a couple of years.
140.
Made a few
Jason, you require 170.
last 64s, which, although that doesn't sound like a lot, it's quite tough.
It is tough. It's even tougher to take at
98.
166.
Yeah, that's impossible.
That makes you feel even worse.
It's the irony of it, isn't it? You just look at it and go, ah.
134. Jason, you require 72.
But this is a leg where Jason Brandon threw first. He should have at least one at a double.
He took it out a little bit earlier on. He's done it
Game shot in
again.
the fifth leg. Jason Brandon.
He's not having any drama with tops. Well, there's one player
Sixth
that
leg
has
is
been the
Carl
thorn
to
in the
throw
side of
first. Game
Wilkinson
on.
this year more than anybody else, and it's not Graham Usher, by the way, who beat him in a Super Series final in the previous series. It's Christian Perez,
96.
the affable man from the Philippines, who has played here also. But in the final of the Isle of Man Open, it was Perez who beat Wilkinson by 5 legs to
99.
2. So if you go up to him right now and mention Perez, he'd say, oh, that
26.
pesky guy.
I often wonder how much players are aware of it. I think they are. But there are some that just kind of tonight, oh, boy, I don't even remember playing them before. And I'm like, yeah, you
95.
do.
Well, funnily enough, they played each other in the Scottish Open quarterfinals as well. And Perez won 4-0 with 105 average. So had it not been for that guy, he might be
137.
coming here having won 2 big titles. I mean, he has won big titles, but most of them were last year.
58.
British Open and the Isle of Man Masters. So he's got a comfort zone when it comes to where he does well on a circuit. Usually quite close to the north of England.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that would argue British Open, one of the
119.
biggest titles on the WDF calendar that you can win. Up there with the likes of, say, the Dutch Open.
140.
Yeah, it's
Carl,
no
you
Choo Choo
require
Classic, though, is it?
123.
What else do we find? The Hedgehog Extravaganza?
Yeah, there's all sorts. There's even a bullseye on the horizon.
Game
And there it
shot
is.
And the match, Carl Wilkinson.
He is a finisher, and he's got himself a win against the American. He's not in Yorkshire anymore. He's back on the south coast, and he is succeeding. He's the first person to 4 points, and his finishing is why he got across the line. 93 average, really good performance from Carl. But 4 from 7, it gives him a 4-2 victory.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen a brilliant display from Carl Wilkinson, who is undefeated today so far in 2 matches. And he's just put in the kind of performance that everybody is looking for here. Excellent doubling, a great climax, and overall a fabulous average of 93. But these two, very much looking to follow in the footsteps of that performance. For Sharp, it would be a first win of the week. For Scarat, he's looking to keep pace with Wilkinson and make this a very top-heavy Yorkshire group.
First leg is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
We've got 1 Yorkshireman at the top. We might have 2 if Scarat can hold his throw throughout this one.
60.
37 years in the army. And coming into Super Series action, saying that this is the biggest thing he's ever done in darts. And he's had to be patient.
60.
Yeah, and he's done some brilliant things. He's made the reels. He's made the roll of honour in terms of finding that 9 darty yesterday. And there are players, aren't there, that come here,
60.
perhaps that don't have as much experience as the rest of the field. And you can make that argument for Jasper. qualified via the ADC route, has played for Yorkshire
57.
County. But in terms of play and performance, this is the biggest thing he's done. But he's also upped his performance, because we've looked at the averages and the stats, say, from recent ADC tournaments, and
59.
how he's played here is much better. And I do think this unique environment to play in is one where you can really find out what kind of player you are.
60.
I don't want to go too far into this, but I bet being in the army for 37 years, he's seen some stuff. So that would be 1988.
140.
Been quite a lot going on in the world in that time frame.
An unbelievable service record.
Yeah, not the first person to have been in the armed services to have
140.
a bit of success in this sport. Alan Suter is another. And not to mention John MacDonald, who was a paratrooper.
$98.
Sharp, very upright with his stance. Very narrow stance with the feet as well, and quite square on.
41.
It's a style you don't see
Jasper,
very
you
often.
require 84.
It's almost like he places the dart through the air, whereas this guy just chucks it. He doesn't chuck it in the bowl.
49. David, you require 143.
And he brings it right up past his eye, like you say. I wonder, you mentioned Sharp had glasses before, but if you look at how far he pulls that dart back, it
87.
really does
Jasper, you
clip
require
where you would think
35.
glasses would naturally sit.
Yeah, good point. Double 16 for Scarat.
Game shot in the first leg.
He's starting to
Jasper
build some
Scarat.
confidence now.
Oh, I reckon a 9 darter would do that for you.
You'd have
Second
to ask
leg
him,
is
I never hit
David to
one.
throw first. Game on.
You had one?
9, 10's my best.
60.
Ditto. The one time I missed double 18 for a 9 darter on the PDC Pro Tour. Lost the leg.
100.
I didn't get another dart. Ricky Evans took out the shot. He went out in 12. I'd missed for a 9.
How often do you see that as well, though? Either punished by your opponent or just chasing
45.
round because the adrenaline that's going through your body when you know that you're on the edge of doing something brilliant.
Everyone's got a story about 9 darters. If you're of a certain level.
180.
And that was the recipe to get him to 141 just yesterday morning.
81.
As for Sharp, he had a slow start against Jason Brandon, found himself 3-1 down quite quickly, and it was due to some brilliant play from Brandon, to be fair,
81.
but it's on the edge here of finding himself 2-0 down.
That's something you can't repeat.
100. Jasper, you require
You can't
140.
constantly find yourself 2-0 down, 3-1 down, 3-0 down. It becomes hard work every single time you want to get points. You've got to start well.
40.
Scarat's in that position where he knows he's coming back.
$50. Jasper,
And
you
that
require
last dart,
100.
disastrous, because now, instead of having 3, he's got the luxury of having 6.
It's a good job he's got 6. 22 scored. And this time he has actually done the right thing, because this week, at times, he's gone for shots that really had all of us thinking we had hair lice. He's gone for things I've never seen
57.
before.
Jasper, you require 60.
But he's definitely going for single 20 here. Oh, okay. He's definitely going for double 5.
Game shot in the
There
second
we go.
leg. Jasper Scarat.
Got that one right.
Third leg is Jasper to throw
60 is one of those
first. Game
shots
on.
where you always do try and throw high, because how many times have we seen it? Someone just lands it straight in the treble 20 bed. But I think for Scarat, where
140.
he leans forward and he's thrown up to that target as well, it makes it very difficult depending on where that first dart lands. So it's probably the best thing that happened in that last leg is going tops first.
60.
He's not the tallest of guys, but it's incredible how many shorter players like tops. Because if they miss it just above, even with a flat
78.
angle of attack, they can still hit it on the underside. Darren Webster's like that. Robert Thornton's been like that his whole career, but he doesn't really want to talk about tops.
Yeah, not today. Not been his best friend today.
40.
David Sharp has been playing the Challenge Tour this year. His best results came at the start of the season.
60.
Actually, his best results came on the same day, 14th of March. He made the last 16 and the quarterfinals on the same day, where he lost out to Trevor Burkill and Adam Mould.
57.
But he had some good wins, those tournaments. Beat Darius Labanauskas, Nathan Gervin, Paul Rowley, Christoph Kachuk, Mervyn King.
Again, just trying to
81.
work it out. And okay, perhaps we talk about board management, don't we? And it's something that players have to learn and develop. And perhaps that's just one element of Jasper's game that he could probably have a look at.
22. Jasper, you require 142.
Trying to tell someone in senior years to change their darts game is pretty difficult. 60 scored.
Yeah.
Ideal.
Superb last dart from Jasper Scarat.
100.
This has been
Jasper,
very
you require
uncharacteristic
32.
from Sharp. I've not seen him play like this before here at the Super Series.
Game shot
But this
the third
guy
leg,
is
Jasper Scarat.
floating with confidence right now. Scarat is 7-0 up for the day.
Fourth
And he's
leg is
having
David
Scotland
to
for
throw first.
breakfast.
Game on.
Has he got something against those from north of the border?
Hopefully it's nothing personal. It's just, getting across the line first. It's the name of the game.
85.
But where is that opening match we've mentioned before, which was against Robert Thornton, who had 21 darts at a double? What he's done in this match, and a lot of it is just down to the fact that Sharp is way off the pace.
60.
Sharp hasn't had a dart at a double yet.
That is definitely the way to win.
60.
Make sure your opponent doesn't get any shots at a double.
Yeah, when Scarat has got down to a double, it's found 3 from 7, so very efficient finishing.
60.
I mentioned his army career. I wonder if, in whatever he did, because there are so many different careers within the army, if they had a dartboard on site, I would imagine they probably did. It's very much an army kind of area where he's from. The biggest garrison in northern Yorkshire is in Catterick. You can't go up that stretch of the A1 without seeing army vehicles.
140.
Absolutely not. And I know there is the Army Darts Association, because I've noticed that there's been a few posts with regards to what Scarat is doing this week.
81. David, you require 94.
He's got a dart at a double.
74.
I wonder if
Jasper,
that's
you
it.
require 160.
We have seen big checkouts this week. 160 from Spellman. We're not going to get another one from Scarat.
And what Sharp did
44.
really well against Jason Brandon, in a
David, you
position
require
where his
20.
opponent only needed the one more leg. He found a way to get himself right back in the match. He was pipped at the post ultimately in his first match, but could this be the start
fourth leg, David Sharp.
of a second Sharp comeback?
Are you a fan of dart players grabbing the darts out of the
Fifth
board with
leg
a bit
is
of
Jasper
violence?
to throw first. Game up.
Well, it just gives, I mean, from a commentary point of view, it tells me exactly what they're thinking and feeling at the time. Yeah, I have seen it to an extent, though, that the dartboard has come off in certain tournaments as well. So I think there's a level of balance that you might need to get with that.
That reminds me of a young lady who lives in Nova Scotia. You might know her, Emily Alford.
I do.
36.
Do you know her nickname? Off the wall. Because she once took her darts out of the board, not aggressively, but the board came off the wall. And the
66.
end is... Well, history's just that, isn't it? Dartboard off the wall, and she was called Off the Wall Alford.
See, and that's what a nickname should be about, in my opinion. A nickname should be very much to
45.
do with a story.
Exactly. Which is why, when Jasper goes home, his darting nickname is going to be 9 Scarat Gold.
See, that makes sense. I like it.
100. $58.
Scoring really is off for Sharp. Scotland are not having a good day at all. Yorkshire are having a very good day.
140.
It's almost as if they're playing for gravy.
Yeah, and there's only a few more games in between, and we will see Carl Wilkinson take on Jasper Scarat.
Jasper, you require 114.
Yes, the Yorkshire Derby is coming up in Game 9. Well, 76 left.
98.
And he has surgically found that treble 20. That could well be the best dart he's thrown in this game.
180.
Oh, there you go.
Jasper, you require
He saves
16.
his best visit of the entire match, possibly for his last visit.
No score.
Oh, now it's Jasper's turn
David, you
to edge the
require
wire 3
42.
times.
It was a perfectly timed maximum. Just put on that little bit of pressure. Scarat not far away from the target, but now double 16.
Game
Double
shot on the
16's
fifth leg,
found,
David
and from
Sharp.
nowhere, Sharp is just a leg behind Scarat, who led 3 legs to 0.
Well, that really was out of nowhere. 222
Sixth
points
leg, it's David to throw first.
in a perfect 5 darts in a game where he's played poorly.
Do you ascribe to this idea that sometimes when you think it's out of reach or out of your hands, there is a tendency for players
60.
to almost relax in a match, and then it can be conducive to seeing, you know, a bit more of a natural throw?
I think it depends on the player,
40.
but yes. I can only speak from my own experience, but I remember playing in Dublin against Mensa Sulevic, who really did have the wood on me at the time.
60.
I was going through a transitional period with my grip, and at one point I was going to change it to the new one, and I thought, 5-1 down, let's test it.
60.
Brought it back to 5-5 and lost 6-5, and I thought, right, now it's new grip from now on. So there has to be a point in your career where you think, I'm in a tough spot here, but how do I get
56.
through this? Do I stress even more and make it worse, or do I just relax and try and play?
I think if you go back to the conversation you were having with regards to Sharp and the action and the way he stays, there's a lot of tension in the body. So I think if you're a little bit tight and you just try that little bit too hard, then that can lend itself to just pulling the dart,
100.
either getting the release wrong. For me, I find the tension builds up very much in my shoulder, and then I have to kind of try and focus on relaxing that part of my body in order to throw freely.
28.
If you look at the stance of Sharp right here, look at his left foot. It's so close to the right foot. It's almost square on. And the right shoulder jumps every time he throws.
100.
Because his action, whereas he's throwing forward, all of the inertia is going upwards.
45. David, you require 125.
But he has got himself right back into this match. We didn't
65.
find the treble 20, but it's a real gulf between the two in this leg.
Probably shouldn't mention gulfs right now. It's a very political thing in the news. And
David,
what they're called.
Require 60.
But this might be locked at 3-3. Like it was in his first game.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
Nothing
David
wrong with his
shot.
finishing in the last 2 legs.
No, when he's got down there, finishing's been on point.
Seventh
Remember
and
at
final
3-0,
leg
he
is
hadn't had a
Jasper
dart
to
at
throw
a double.
first.
He's
Game on.
found a way back and obviously finding it slightly amusing that he's managed to get back into his 2nd consecutive match from being really cut adrift.
He's not going to be laughing if he loses 4-3 again. There you can see it. Look at that left foot. That means his body is very open when he throws.
140.
With a stance like that, I can guarantee you that he's never been coached. That is very organic. That's like going up to a tree, picking an apple and eating it without even shining it, washing it, or anything like that. That's just him picking up a dart and throwing it naturally.
It's a real fine line as well, I find, with regards to the balance between what is natural and then what can be trained. You don't want to take away that natural stance or throw, but it's the honing of it. It's getting the best out of the player in a way that they feel comfortable.
That's the way people should be coached. You accent the positives and you minimize the negatives. But you don't change a player.
60.
You enhance a player. Can you imagine somebody trying to tell Andrew Gilding what to do?
56.
Oh, can you throw on the other side, Andrew? Can you be a bit quicker? He'd say, leave.
Absolutely.
Scarat started this leg.
50.
He has retained the throw, but only just.
Yeah, 3 apiece, just the 1 point between them. But that is a great first start for Jasper Scarat.
100.
He was never going to go for bullseye with the last start. Wow. That one is closer to treble 12. If he gets out of this game with a win, he's going to be mystified as to how he's got there. 2 different bullseye finishes, or bullseye combinations. This can be a bullseye finish.
David, you require 132.
Brian Roman has shown us that in the past. Wouldn't recommend it. But I would recommend that. He's going to be devastated with that dart.
Yeah, it was a real big pull into the 19, and it's just afforded Jasper match-winning opportunities.
92. Jasper, you require 60.
A chance to have 4 points from 2 games. To be at the top with another Yorkshireman. And that chance has been missed.
28.
So by hook or by crook,
David, you require 50.
it is Sharp who has the chance to win 4-3 with 4 consecutive legs. He can barely believe it. Believe it.
And the match, David
It's happened. And look at his reaction to it. It's one of an apology. But don't apologise for winning 4 straight legs ever here at the Modus Super Series. He's got himself over the line in the end with an average that was superior to that of Scarat, who just fell away towards the end. But the doubling was brilliant from Sharp, and he gets his first 2 points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Seeing as we've had 2 completed rounds of play, we thought we'd remind you of what's happened. If you're just joining us, Carl Wilkinson's had a pretty good day so far, winning both of his games. Jasper Scarat had the chance of winning both of his games, but wasn't able to get rid of David Sharp in that last fixture there in round 2, losing by 4 legs to 3 after 4 legs went to Sharp in a row. As a result, Sharp is on the number 4 spot, but has the same amount of points as Brandon, Gabriel and Scarat, and it is Wilkie that we will be hailing as the victor at this point, because he's the one who is clear at the top. But things could change in round number 3, because Gabriel and Brandon will take to the hockey for the 3rd time today, looking for another victory. The only person yet to get off the mark, Robert Thornton. He will be up against David Sharp next. So this is the portion of the group where you want to kick on. And for these two, they're looking to do so against someone they've already played 3 times this week. Now, this is a really interesting head-to-head. We did show you at the start of the show a key exchange between these two, where Brandon missed a dart to get into Group B. Gabriel was able to take his 2-dart check out, and that's why Brandon is here. But looking at their head-to-head record, it doesn't make for good reading for Brandon. He's lost 3 times to Gabriel this week, so if you're looking for a bogey player, look no further.
You do get that sometimes here at the Super Series, when players go through Group 8 and then find themselves in the same secondary group together. I remember a few players, and they're very, very much aware of the fact that they haven't found a way to get past certain players.
What's he doing? Going for 19s there. If he doesn't want to stay on the 60 with dart 2,
121.
surely the 17s was the right thing to do, but he's fixed it.
Yeah, you feel just a slight lapse in concentration, but that was a perfect bullseye foul for Carl Gabriel.
You don't see many dart players with a long dart and a kite shift flight, do you?
Carl, you require 142.
It's not a combination that seems to befit most dart players. Works for him, though.
72.
Maybe Johnny Clayton, but he uses an intermediate stem, not a longer one. This is a long dart. Almost like an arrow. And he arrows his way to 1-0.
Brandon.
Could have been up against Arrow in that Lakeside final. Could have been Brandon versus Shane McGuire, but it was Paul Lim that stopped Brandon from making that final.
91.
Yeah, what a run that was for Paul Lim. I think everyone was glued to the final to see if Lim could have got over the line, but turns out Shane McGuire just had a bit too much for him.
Even before Larry Butler won the 1994 match play, the biggest thing that had ever happened in USA darts was Lim hitting the 9-darter 35 years ago, because he was wearing a United States of America dart shirt at the time. What I would like to know is, where is that shirt now? Because I bet that's worth a few quid.
84.
Yeah, there's avid collectors out there that would probably like to get their hands on that.
Yeah, I want to know where it is. So if anybody's got an idea, get in touch with Limmy. Where's that shirt? That's going to be our new segment. Should we do that once a week? Where's that shirt?
Where's that shirt?
140.
Where's that individual piece of memorabilia that we want to get our hands on?
81. Jason, you require 86.
I would like to know what it's worth. It wouldn't be cheap. Double 16.
Game shot in the second leg. Jason Brandon.
Isn't that the same checkout that Gabriel took out to cost him Group B?
Yeah.
Slightly ironic.
It is, and also I
to
think
throw
it was double
first.
16
Game
that Brandon missed in order to have secured a place in Group B. So yeah, there's a lot of parallels going on in this match.
60.
Yeah, there's a lot of shapes on a dartboard, but a parallelogram is not one of them. There's probably one on that
60.
dart shirt. I think the design of that shirt is well beyond
41.
me. Look at that. It's like a magic eye picture.
And a bit of a lean to the
100.
Alex Spellman hieroglyphs in the background, but the JB on the back of the shirt.
100.
Yeah, not the first JB to play on this stage. We did have John Brown, the son of Steve Brown.
32.
He does some great work with the Junior Darts Corporation.
Yes, met them both out.
100.
They were out in Florida as well. Played in some of the darts, but I think their main purpose for going out there was, again, just to do with that development of the youth side.
84.
The possibilities in America are endless. But again, the problem is logistics.
140.
But they are trying to make strides out there. Seeing more and more tournaments turning up in North America,
105. Card you
albeit not on the
60.
PDC side, but on the WDF side.
40.
That was a close call on
Jason,
tops
you
and
require
tens.
120.
Brandon has made Gabriel pay. Can he do it again? Tops.
80.
That tops
Carl,
wire
you
is getting a
require
real
20.
hammering.
You feel that should be a good guide, but completely overshoots it. But
Game
double
shot in the
five
third
is
leg,
found. It's a
Carl
leg on the board
Gabriel.
for Carl Gabriel.
I've had a little bit of a look
Jason
into
to throw
Gabriel's
first.
past.
Game on.
And when he was playing youth darts for South Africa, he went to the World Cup in 2007,
100.
which was in Rosmalen in the Netherlands, at the aptly named Autotron, which sounds like a transformer.
60.
And in the singles of the World Cup Youth, in his group was a certain Mitchell Clegg, who is still the youngest player to
45.
ever play at the World Championship in the PDC. And his one game was against Raymond van Barneveld.
100.
Still plays a really good dart now, does Mitch? Playing down there in Australia. He's from Newcastle in New South Wales. Darting family, the Cleggs.
95.
Interesting to see where he goes with his darts over the next few years, as Australia will try and take centre stage over October and November with their
100.
new Premier League.
$57.
This time Brandon did opt for the switch to the 17s, but couldn't find the treble.
45.
But was not suitably punished by Carl Gabriel.
$44.
When somebody gets a lead today, it just feels like they're not safe.
Well, yeah, just ask Jasper Scarat in that last match, leading 3-0, one leg to go. You feel like you're home and dry in that position.
82. Jason, you require 160.
Yeah, he's very much away and wet. Starting to lose the line on dart
82.
two.
Carl,
He
you
has this
require
tendency to
114.
hook his follow through to the left. Might cost him. Combination on tops.
94.
And that's probably the worst dart he's had at tops
Jason,
this
you
week.
require 78.
It's the first time he's ever shown a great deal of disappointment. There might be more.
Game
And
shot
there
in
is
the fourth
more.
leg, Jason Brandon.
fine lines, and it was a chance there. Gabriel.
Fifth leg, it's Carr to throw first. Game on.
Now with a mountain to climb of his own. As we say, in this short course format, a race to
100.
You're never completely out of it. But Gabriel, hold a throw here and then trying to find a way to break Jason Brandon.
57.
Gabriel's played in a couple of Q schools, but not for a few years now.
129.
Maybe he sees his progression more on home soil before coming back to a Q school situation. There's a lot of pressure on people who go to the PDC World Cup and have the tiniest bit of success
41.
to then go to Q school, because everybody seems to ask, are you going to go to Q school then? You don't have to. You can take it one step at a time instead of jumping up to step 7.
And I think as fans of darts, we're quite guilty of it, aren't we? That we see a new talent and we just want to see more and more of them.
71.
And here, we can't get enough of them.
100.
Our third dart needs work. My word, he's throwing that from a very odd position. Sometimes that hand can't recover.
And can Jason Brandon recover? That's a
82.
great switch with the
Cardiff
last.
require 112.
I don't know if you've played soft tip before, Laura, but
44. Jason,
in
you
soft tip
require
speak, this is
150.
3 in the black. But that's when the bullseye's black. It's red.
I have, and I found the experience unbelievably overwhelming for the senses. It's a lot of noise, a lot of colour, and
64. Carl, you
just say
require 68.
it was a difficult first encounter with soft tip.
This is not easy,
Game shot.
but it
at
is
fifth
done.
leg. Go, Gabriel.
And that's the most important thing.
Sixth leg, it's Jason to throw
A lot of people think
first.
that's the biggest
Game on.
hurdle to getting things moving with steel tip darts in the States. They think soft tip is bigger. I'm not sure it is. Not anymore.
100.
No, you could probably make that argument maybe for Asia. I think soft tip is still really big over in Asia. It is big in America, but I'm with you. I think steel
55.
tip, I think the accessibility, and I actually think dart connectors played a huge part in the rise of steel tip on a more general basis in North America.
81.
Because a lot of people, one of their biggest concerns is the counting element. Not knowing what's left, having to ask what's left, whereas dart connectors makes life a little bit easier for you.
140.
Yeah, gone are the days where you need a pen and a whiteboard, or, heaven forbid, a blackboard and chalk.
41.
Oh, it's a lovely switch.
84.
There's that third dart again. Just got to hold his horses a little bit. His left foot is off the ground. His right shoulder is lower. He's throwing up.
133.
I know what you meant.
There you can see the shoulder is dipping. So he's having to throw upwards to compensate for
58.
it. And the hand is trying
Jason,
to
you
save
require
it.
146.
Treble 19's been really good to Brandon.
76 scored, 70 left, yeah.
Just checking with the referee. Just the wrong side of the wire, but again,
130.
beautiful
Carl, you
setup
require
play for Jason
164.
Brandon.
Yeah, this has been really good from Jason. 75% on the doubles. That's
49.
why he took
Jason,
the
you
lead.
require 16.
Might be why he wins. It
Game
is
shot
why
and the
he
match,
wins.
Jason Brandon.
It's an 87 average, which, let's face it, is not sparkling. It's very good. But the doubling, it hasn't been that good for Brandon all week. And he's starting to get better as this week goes on. 4 out of 5 tells you the story. And now, he's on 4 points as well.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and before the break we saw a very accomplished display from Jason Brandon with 4 out of 5 on the doubles. But at this stage, as we go into our all-Scottish encounter, it is unfortunately our solemn duty to inform the darting world that we have lost a Scottish legend in Jamie Harvey. At the age of 70, unfortunately, Jamie has passed us by. Brave Dart, as he was known. He had children, he had grandchildren, and he had a lot of fans. And
First leg
Jamie
is
Harvey
Robert to throw
will be
first.
sadly missed.
Game on.
Yeah, that news is broken in the last hour. And he had so many friends
100.
within this sport, made such a huge impact. And was one of the original PDC players in the mid-90s.
55.
Now, these guys, I'm sure, knew Jamie, particularly Robert.
85.
And his legacy will be felt, that's for sure. So this one is for Brave Dart.
Yeah, sad news indeed.
59.
And as you say, just one of those players that just kind of flew the flag for Scotland for so many years.
60.
We were talking yesterday, Chris Murphy and myself, about the legacy of Sid Waddell. And Sid was a massive fan of Jamie. Loved commentating on him because it was never boring.
108.
There was always something happening, even when he had that really attritional battle at the World Championship
125.
with a player from North America. The standard wasn't great, but it was still one of those compelling matches you couldn't take your eyes off. That was against Gerald Verrier.
93. Robert, you require 131.
Well, this is a decent start for Robert. What he needs is to get a lead and find a bit of confidence.
38. David, you require 114.
That very much has been the problem though so far for Robert Thornton. He's always found himself on the back foot.
Robert, you require 93.
So far this afternoon.
Okay, it's double 7.
79.
And it's just
David,
come
you
out
require
a
16.
bit low.
Game shot in the first leg. David Sharp.
Ultimately punished by David Sharp. And did you feel that attempt for the double 7 maybe just a little bit rushed? Felt like it came out
Second
quite
leg
quick.
is David.
Yeah, it did look a little bit quick,
Game on.
didn't it? But speaking of quick, this is the quickest that Sharp's come out of the blocks today. It's the first time he's led
100.
after the first leg.
He found himself, didn't he, 3-1 down against Jason Brandon in a match that Jason Brandon would go on
60.
to edge despite a comeback from Sharp. But you have to say the comeback so far of this afternoon session was from 3-0 down against Jasper Scarat. Sharp found a way back. But
140.
there's one thing we commented, you can't keep doing that. You can't keep finding yourself 2-3 legs behind your opponent.
26.
You could say the same to Robert. That first start has been delightful so far.
140.
I like how he's got Sharpie on his shirt, but with a Y. He doesn't want to step on anyone's toes.
A branding issue or something.
40.
Well, when things are not going your way, that's the kind of thing that
David,
happens.
you require 121.
Yeah, but it feels personal, doesn't it, when the darts don't even want to stick in the board for you. Double 14.
Game
Double
shot the
14's
second leg,
found for a
David Sharp.
1-2-1. Second ton plus finish of the day goes the way of David Sharp.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game
I think
up.
Robert's starting to take this personally from all of the opponents.
The 1-2-1 just saw off a 12-dart leg for David Sharp.
43.
What you'll see from some Scottish dart players is that they wear some tartan on their
41.
dart shirt. And it's not just any tartan. It's the family tartan. Do you have a family tartan? Have you looked into that?
140.
Kind of do, but it's Irish because I'm a power. So yeah, my dad has the whole attire. He wore it at my wedding.
That's nice.
180.
So is that.
58.
Yeah, I remember being at John Henderson's wedding. There was nothing as resplendent as seeing Hendo in a kilt.
Living up to that Highlander nickname.
Absolutely, he looked
60.
amazing.
And I'll probably be atted and
100.
told if I'm mistaken. But I think if you don't actually have a family tartan, then there is a generic plaid that you can wear.
140. Robert, you require 160.
This isn't generic. Oh, not again.
120.
And that makes him feel even worse.
David, you require 80.
The only way he feels worse again is if this goes.
20 scored.
And it might.
40.
His doubling has been
Robert, you
spectacular
require 40.
over the last match and a half. Thornton can't hit tops.
Yeah, I don't think that's a sentence we've ever said very often,
20.
but tends also evade him.
David, you require 40.
He was surprised that was so high.
30.
I think he was distracted by
Robert,
that
you
first
require
start going so
20.
high. There it is.
Game shot in the third leg.
Every
Robert
time he wins a leg, he
Thornton.
gives us a celebration.
Fourth leg is David to throw first. Game on.
Should we have a tungsten teaser?
By all means.
And I think we should
140.
do this on behalf of Jamie Harvey. What was the highest ranking
85.
that Jamie Harvey got to in the PDC? We'll just put that out there.
180.
3 maximums so far this match for David Sharp.
140.
Also, there were portions of that game that he played previously that he really looked to be struggling.
123.
Sharp isn't struggling in leg 4. This is the kind of game that really can bend your
140.
brain.
David, you require 58.
It can chew you up and spit you out, but every now and again, you play a leg like this.
48.
And he's missed more darts
Robert,
at a
you
double.
require 136.
I love it when a dart player tells you how much they've missed by.
96. David, you require 10.
There's so much in the way of reaction happening here.
Game shot.
There's a
in the
different
fourth
reaction
leg,
now.
David
It's Sharp with a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
But from what we've seen so far this afternoon, it's a much
65.
improved performance from Robert Thornton, who finds another dart on the floor.
Yeah, it's hitting the dart before it hits the board. That's the problem. And he must be hitting the dart quite high.
140.
If he's hitting it low, it's only going to skid off the barrel. He has got quite a heavy dart. It's a 26 gram.
140.
And he's always used something quite heavy. That's rather sharp, isn't it? 103 average.
$91.
Yeah, an intelligent play there as well from Sharp. 270 means just keep him straight. Nice straight ton. You're going to be on a finish.
Yeah, that scuppers that. This has got to be bend it like Sharp.
100.
That second dart was like Dominic Soboslai taking a free kick right in the top corner. Well, there you have it. He's done all he can.
David, you require 170.
If Sharp takes this out, it will be amazing.
He's not going to. So
44.
this feels important
Robert, you
for Thornton.
require 40.
One dart straight in tops. That's what he's after. Well,
Game
it took
shot
2
fifth
darts
leg,
in the
Robert
end. And,
Thornton.
no celebration on this occasion.
First game he got no legs.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw
Second game he
first.
got
Game
1.
on.
This game he's got 2. And he's got his first hit at tops. That's me looking at the glass half full.
100.
But now he wants 3 legs to make sure he's got a chance of a 4th.
And although this is only game 3
140.
of 10 for Robert Thornton, already no points on the board, it starts to feel like he's going to have to pick up a few wins if he's going to have any chance of getting through the group.
42. $80.
Rather violent bounce out there for Thornton.
Yeah, just the answer to our tungsten teaser as well.
180.
You might be surprised to hear, I know I was when looking at Jamie's career, that he made it to world number 4.
60.
The highest ranked Scottish player in the PDC ever is Gary Anderson at 2. The next best is Robert Thornton at 3.
59.
And just goes to show how great Jamie Harvey was because he made it to number 4. So there you go.
140. David, you require 120.
And this is becoming a real battle between these two Scotsmen.
That is a beautiful dart. That isn't. Don't look up. It's not up there. It's too high on the board.
80. Robert, you require
Yeah, head in hands
81.
moment. Was trying to make sure he didn't hit the single number, but it's double 12. Double 6.
75. David, you
He
require
had more
40.
chances and he just wasn't able to take it all the way. And Sharp now, who's narrowly missed tops when he wasn't even going for it, now needs it with a marker.
No score. Robert, you require 6.
Polar opposite shot. How does he get past those?
No score.
It was a difficult shot. He had about
David,
a
you
third of the
require
bed to aim
40.
at most. He's got another marker. You can almost smell the tension.
Game
There
start
is no
and the
tension
match.
anymore
David
because
Sharp.
this one's finished. And in the Battle of the Scots, it is Razor who cuts through the thorn. At times, he played really, really well in that game, but his average came down by about 10 points in the end to about 93. His doubles were supreme at one point. It came down to 4 out of 15, but as long as you get the 4, that's the main thing. And our middle match goes the way of David Sharp.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gabriel
Couldn't get the job
got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
A very warm welcome back. We've got our 9th match of the day, and we've gone from a Scottish derby to Yorkshire derby. Who's going to win this one then? Winner gets gravy. I poke fun, of course. We love Yorkshire. Give them whatever they want. They're going to get 2 points, and that's about it. But if Carl Wilkinson does win again, it means he will be undefeated going into round number 4, where he will take on David Sharp, who is just starting to put things right. As for Scarat, a win for him would get him on 4 points with Brandon, with Sharp, and with Wilkie.
Game on.
Early on, it does feel like Carl Wilkinson is in the best position just to start pulling away from the rest of the pack.
58.
If you get this kind of start that Wilkie's had, you really want to make the most of it. Keep it going.
100.
Try and get 8 or 10 points out of the day. And it means that you have more wiggle room in making a second consecutive Saturday night. Is his nickname now the Wilkie Way?
140.
It should be. It's pretty good. Do you remember that old advert that it had for that chocolate bar with the red car and the blue car?
Yeah,
60.
they had a race.
So which one's the red car and which one's the blue car in this one? If you don't know that reference, then you aren't the same age group as me and Laura.
I was looking confused when you said it. As soon as you said the red car and the blue car, it all just came flooding right back. Back in the day when there was just 4 channels to pick from.
Indeed. Now you've got a channel that has darts 24/7 because you're watching it.
40.
That's a nice start from Jasper. Don't get many Jaspers these days.
180. Jasper, you require
It's more of
100.
more of a nickname than a real name.
But one he's embraced. But
40.
real slip with that first dart from
58.
Scarat. Wilkinson off the back of the 180. 2 darts for
Game
tops,
shot in
only
the first
needs the
leg.
one.
Go Wilkinson.
Very good. I don't mean that to sound condescending, but
Second leg is Jasper
everything
to
he
throw
touches
first.
today
Game
turns to gravy. We poke fun, but they do love gravy.
81.
I do remember one of the first times played county for Hampshire, travelled up to Yorkshire,
83.
went up, asked for a portion of chips, and it was, what do you want on it? Not, do you want anything on it? It's, what do you want on it? Do you want peas? Do you want, I think it was the option of like mushy peas.
9.
Gravy was definitely up there. I was like, I don't want anything. The look of just confusion.
180.
Well, I'm confused. Wilkinson said earlier he wasn't a big scorer. That's another 180. And that is his 4th of the day.
59.
He's averaging more than 180 per game. He's in pretty good touch.
43.
Starting to realise why he's had some good runs of late.
Just get the impression that he's just going through the gears, and if we see this kind of standard of performance
59.
throughout the rest of the day, I just think it would make a really interesting lineup with David Sharp, because Sharp is another one that just seems to have found that scoring range.
99.
I like that leave. If you offered a dart player 95 left on 96, they'd say 96, please. It's just more appealing.
96. Carl,
All the doubles you want to leave are on a plate. Tops, 8s, 18s.
Game shot.
And there you have it.
Go Wilkinson.
14 darter.
Third leg is Carl to throw
Two
first.
darts at a double, 2 darts foul for Carl Wilkinson. Again, it's another one of those matches where the dominance of Wilkinson just denying his opponent any chances at a double.
99.
Is it safe to say that Yorkshire has had one of the biggest footprints in English darts, considering not just what they've done at county level,
100.
and they obviously have this big rivalry with Lancashire, but the amount of world champions they've had. Scott Waits has won 2 world championships.
140.
John Walton, 24 years ago. And Dennis Priestley won both. And then we've got Bo Greaves.
That's where I was going with it. I was just thinking to myself, when's the last
60.
time I played a game where I didn't have a double, and you can guarantee it would have been against Bo.
In a sense,
92.
she's actually the most successful Yorkshire dart player ever, because she's got more world championships than any Yorkshire player. And she's got more women's series titles than I could possibly mention.
140. Can't you
She's won the last 9?
170.
Is it 9?
At least.
134.
I think he's done exactly the right thing there. He's not going to subscribe to the 170 curse. Go on, leave 21. Okay, don't.
139. Carl, you require 36.
Well, so far, Wilkinson's finishing has been exceptional.
Game shot in the third
And that
leg. Go
continues. Yes, there
Wilkinson.
is the one missed out, but as long as you can, I think the important stat that we perhaps find it harder to
Fourth
capture
leg
is
Jasper to throw first.
if you've got
Game
3
up.
darts in hand, not letting your opponent come back to the board.
Visit perfection.
Yep.
121. $99.
By the way, I've got the lyrics of that advert in front of me. The red car and the blue car had a
100.
race. All Red wants to do is stuff his face. And while I was saying that, Laura Turner was mouthing it. She knows all the lyrics.
55.
He eats everything he sees, from trucks to prickly trees, but smart old Blue, he took the Milky Way. Other chocolate bars are available. So we've got to put the Milky Way in it.
$110.
Oh, that'll do. They're determined to get that 170 today. To break the curse.
58.
Oh, Scarat's
Jasper,
already
you
made the
require
reels this week in
170.
terms of that 9 darter. Now he's looking for finish perfection. There's one. But can't find the second. The first one looked really inviting as well.
You can imagine him going back to Yorkshire, can't you?
98.
Imagine if he was to get the 9 darter, 170 finish, and the title for the week. He'd be just relaying it to all his pals, saying, yeah, I got one of them. Yeah, I did that. Got that.
125. Jasper, you require 72.
Has he got this? He needs tops. Very
Game
well
shot in the
done.
fourth leg, Jasper Scarat.
You don't spend over 3 decades in the army without having a bit of a chin. He's sustained
Fifth leg
a
is
lot
Carl
of
to
punishment in the
reverse.
last
Game
3.5 legs. But he's punching back now.
It was interesting when you were speaking to him about that 9 darter. And
140.
I think for a lot of players, you'd have that rush, that that adrenaline come through. But he just seemed, he said, no, I felt all right. Just keep doing it. Keep doing it.
60.
That must be something to do with his military training, because I've spoken to Alan Suter in the past about what pressure feels like on a dartboard. And he said,
100.
that's not pressure. Pressure is going into a burning building with people in it.
Kind of puts it into perspective, doesn't it?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
39.
I mean, if there was a meteor coming to Earth and you had to hit a 72 checkout, that'd be pressure.
85.
Tagline for a new film you're thinking of.
And the deep voice says, "Will he hit it? Available from the 4th of September. Live in studios on Pluto TV."
Been a lot of accents from you today.
Yeah, I don't know what I had for breakfast. Something was in that mango. A lot of people watching this are saying it was
100.
Magno. Wilkinson is on the cusp of victory, and that is something he's tasted plenty of times today already, and he wants more.
77.
There's no prickly trees here.
76.
But he does need the red car.
Game shot. And
What a
last,
finishing
go
display
Wilkinson.
from Wilkinson. That is the best we've seen from anybody since Monday morning. It was that good. Jason Brandon's 100 average has not been beaten. That was the first game of the week, but that was accomplished. 97.5, 80% on the doubles, and he's atop the table on 6 points.
to wrap it up with a big fish.
Richie Bennett's wrapped it around his head.
He wants Richie Bennett to take out this 142. And Bennett's going to take out the 142. Bullseye. To reel it in. It's another beauty for Keegan Brown.
Tops. That's more like it. He didn't go west, he went north.
Double 19. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Andreas Harrison nods his head in approval. He expects this to go. It does go. It's simply stunning from the Granite Scot.
This is what Thursdays are all about. We're just trying to tease you as to what's happening the following week. And you've got the series champion McEwen, you've got the serial weekly champion West, you've got Jimmy Van Schie, now a two-time series finalist, amongst others like Dan Hands, who's a very, very handy player, no pun intended. Lewis Gurney, England international. Richie Bennett needs no introduction. And Nashy's back with Richard McKee. Well, I might as well add that accent to the plethora of ones that we've had. And Keegan Brown, of course, who has spent a bit of time in the commentary box, as well as on the hockey. But this is what we've seen over the last 3 matches. We've seen Jason Brandon embellish his position by winning another match. Robert Thornton, for the first time today, grabbed 2 legs in a match. But David Sharp played some good stuff, but not as good as Carl, who was fantastic against Jasper. He's at the top of the table, of course. 6 points. Like difference of +6. It's all about the sixes for him, and he would like to be 5 from 5 by the end of the day. With 2 rounds to go, he is the man to catch. Thornton's back in this one, and his next vessel where he's looking to unload his frustration, it will be Jason Brandon. Oh, Laura, you in the break have received a bit of a message from someone from Tennessee, right?
I have indeed, yeah. He's a 4-time Choo Choo Classic champion. It's Joe Cheney. He was basically trying to explain the background of our questions over the title of the Choo Choo Classic. Indeed, mention it in the context that Jason Brandon is a 2-time champion of the event himself. Yeah, it's rather interesting. It's connected to
26.
You're going to have to bear with me when I say this, right? It's connected to the Chattanooga Choo Choo. Okay, it's a song. They named the train station after it. You can even rent rooms in this train station. So there is a bit of context behind the title. Thank you for getting in touch, Joe. Hope you're enjoying the darts.
99.
Yeah, nice to hear from Cheney. Of course, has been to Lakeside.
60.
With one of the better nicknames in darts, that's for sure. You don't want to mess with a chainsaw.
99.
Seems to be a bit of a darting scene in Tennessee, which is really nice to see. In Tennessee, nice to see. There seems to be something in that.
60.
Gonna have to go over there, I think.
There are definitely places over in the US I would absolutely love to visit.
Yeah, let's make it happen. Let's go to the Choo Choo Classic
60.
next year. Where Robert wants to go is Winsville.
100.
He's got to remain competitive in the first 2 or 3 legs here. Otherwise, his confidence might take a bit of a bruising.
38. 92.
Yeah, arguably been a bit of a frustrating day for Robert Thornton. Lost the opener 4 legs to 0 and had opportunities to win every leg in that match.
Robert, you require
Went on to lose 4-1, then 4-2. If that pattern continues, it would be 4-3, but
105. Jason, you require 120.
Still not bad. It wasn't the double that he wanted. He doesn't want Brandon to get to a double. And he won't.
60. Robert, you require 24.
I'm not sure he's had a dart at this double today, has he?
Game
Well, he
shot
has
the
had a
first
dart
leg,
at double
Robert
12. I've
Thornton.
just been corrected by my commentary colleague. He missed it previously, but this time he does not miss double 6.
Second leg is
Now, curiously,
Robert to
they
throw
have been in a
first.
darting room before these two. It was 16 years ago because Robert Thornton was travelling the world
55.
in September, actually August of 2009, when he did the Australian Open trip. Then he went over to the Canadian Open, and then we went to the
55.
US Open in Atlanta after that. In the US Open, which was won by Dennis Priestley, Robert made the quarterfinals. He lost to Andy Hamilton
100.
by 6 legs to 1. Jason Brandon was in that tournament, and he lost to someone that we know very well here, in Wes Newton. But he did win a game. He won his last 1-2-8 match against Joe Sylvan.
24.
Or it might be Sliven by 6 legs to 4. They are the events that I was talking about earlier.
60.
The ranking events that we used to have in North America. That has been lost. Maybe that's something we could do again sometime in the future.
95.
I know the Desert Classic, that used to be one that used to draw a lot of players over from the UK.
100. $57.
Just looking at that tournament, I think I've identified one of the problems. No American player made the last 16.
100.
In fact, only one made the last 32. A fella by the name of Donnie Joe. That's a good name, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. But do you
81.
ascribe to the fact that
Robert,
we've now
require
seen
86.
more players from the US? They're getting tour cards and they are coming over.
Absolutely. You ask any avid darts fan right now, name as many
46.
United States dart players as you can. They can name plenty. Whereas before, not many. And there's a reason for that. Well, that was different.
Robert, you require 100. Robert, you require 40.
Is he finding tops? He was
No
talking to
score.
himself between dart 2 and dart
Jason,
3.
you
You can
require
tell
58.
that something is churning in the doubling department.
Tops the target here for Brandon also. Again, just on that wire.
38.
That wire is
Robert, you
being
require
bent more
40.
than the world's strongest man's deadlift record.
20.
I was going to mention Hafthor Bjornsson,
Jason,
you know,
you
that big guy that was in Game
require
of
20.
Thrones. Seeing him do a deadlift is rather soul-crushing. Just like that
Game
double
shot in the
5.
second leg, Jason Brandon.
Why is it always the third dart that goes in?
Just to add to the pain of for your opponent, really, isn't it? If you're the one
Third leg
standing
is
behind
Jason
you,
to throw
you
first.
start to hope, you
Game
start
up.
to believe you're going back to the oche.
Yeah, it's the belief that kills you. But it's the belief that makes you too.
60.
It's a sport of a lot of contradictions.
Oh, I think it's like anything. When it's going well, it's the best sport in the world.
43.
When it's going wrong, then it becomes one of the most frustrating.
That's why we keep doing it, year on year, week on week. Any names that stood out for you for next week that you're really looking forward to seeing?
81.
I mean, you mentioned perhaps Steve West coming back. He's a prolific weekly winner. Got Jimmy Van Schie back in action as well. I think whoever wins that week, I mean, that's a packed week. There's probably about 3 or 4 names that you could quite easily say, well, I can see them picking up a title. We've even got a series winner in there, and Jim McEwen. So
123.
again, it's just another jam-packed week.
I wonder what the pattern's going to be in this series, because in Series 11, it was experience. It was people winning not for the first time
98.
predominantly. I wonder what pattern we're going to feel here in Series 12. Maybe it's people who have tried a lot and finally get across the line.
80. Jason,
Or
you
will it be
require
debutants
160.
maybe? People like Brandon. We can't forget as well, whoever wins Series 12,
100.
they'll have to stick around for the ADC Global Championship. Someone like Brandon might spend weeks in Portsmouth. Never mind just a week.
56. Jason, you require 60.
He's not spending here, he's collecting. He's collecting
Game shot
leg
in the
number
third
3.
leg, Jason Brandon. Fourth leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, back on throw. Robert Thornton, though, is getting to that
100.
point. He needs to be picking up wins, needs to be picking up points, because he is in real danger here of just being cut adrift from the rest of the pack.
81.
I've always thought that if a dart player was going to play for multiple nations, the best segue would have been someone from Finland playing for the
140.
USA in Marco Pusa, because he's actually got USA in his name.
I'm not sure that's like the prerequisite for playing for multiple nations.
140.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Player that's played for the most different nations. We mentioned him earlier, probably Paul Lim.
Definitely Lynn. I think it's
83.
4, isn't it?
4, yeah. 4, USA, Singapore,
Hong Kong.
Papua New Guinea.
60.
He's got more passports than Jason Bourne. Still yet to get Paul Lim into this building because
58.
we'd never let him leave. He's still winning titles at the age of 71.
And he's still hungry for more as well. We spoke to him at the World Cup. and
84.
The
Robert, you
expectation
require
and the ambition
120.
all still there for Paul Lim.
Might be Bull Bull. Why would it need to be Bull Bull?
100. Jason,
He's
you
had
require
so many issues on
136.
tops, which is something I've never said about him.
It is completely out of character.
58. Robert, you require 20. Game
But
shot
double
the fourth
10, no
leg,
problem,
Robert
comes to the
Thornton.
rescue. It's 2 apiece.
Fifth leg is Jason.
Just
to
one
throw
more thing on
first.
that.
Game on.
Trip to Atlanta back in 2009. We did have a Players' Championship the day after the US Open. Jason
31.
Brandon lost in that Players' Championship to Yella Clarkson. Again, in the second round.
85.
As for Thornton, he lost to Ken McNeil, a very handy Canadian player who has played at the World Cup.
100.
A USA player went very, very deep in that tournament. In fact, Darren Young made the semi-finals and lost 6-2 to James Wade
140.
in what was a very temper-fueled game, I remember. Something to do with the lack of an exclusion zone and people keep treading on his toes.
100.
That tournament was won by Colin Lloyd.
$121.
Again, just a bit of a slip with the last, but Robert Thornton with that 1-2-1 just edges him in front. Don't forget, this is a leg that Jason Brandon threw first on as well. And really needs a treble. That
100.
could
Robert,
be
you require
a big last start
155.
for Brandon.
$97.
Robert is getting
Jason,
better
you
as the
require
day goes on.
170.
Just a little bit sharper than he was at the start. He has no idea what just happened.
34.
Let's see what
Robert,
happens
you require
next.
58.
You know where he's going. There it
Games
is.
on the fifth leg,
First
Robert
time of
Thornton.
asking for the first time today.
Well, you mentioned it yourself. Robert Thornton just looking sharper as the day has gone on.
Sixth leg is Robert to throw first.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this
Game on.
is possibly the first time today where Robert Thornton's been in a lead.
That's correct. First time he's got 3 legs as well.
140.
Jason looks a bit flat now. The only thing American dart players like flat is a pancake in the morning.
140.
Oh, this is brilliant. This is classic Robert.
Jason Brandon just trying everything he can to stay in
140.
contact and doing a good job himself.
You can see he's not switching. Old school
60.
darts. I'll just go for the 20.
We mentioned him earlier, Martin Adams. He's another player that really does persevere at that treble 20 spot.
100. Robert, you require 161.
Just for a second, I thought Brandon might switch to the bull.
But he has a chance here, Jason.
57. Jason, you require 125.
125 to level it up at 3-all.
There goes that. How does Robert get to tops
87.
here?
Robert, you require 104.
He's not a 16s guy on 104. In fact, it's not tops. It's
Game
a
shot
win
and the
for
match, Robert
Thornton.
Thornton.
And he didn't need tops this time. First time he gets 4 legs today. And he was knitting something together there, that's for sure. That was a very good performance from Thornton. It's only an 82 average, but it's better than what we've seen from him so far today. And now, everybody's got points, so let battle commence as we go into game number 11.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor? Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We're back on Pluto TV, and it's going to be a fourth meeting of the week between Scarat and Gabriel. So far this week, it has been Gabriel who has had the better of it. And interestingly, when he's played against people in Group A and then coming into this, he's had the better of the head-to-head records. But if we talk about today, he's lost to Jason Brandon for the first time. Is he about to suffer the same fate against Scarat?
$41.
We have seen some mixed results for Scarat. Kicked off the action this afternoon with a 4-0 win against Robert Thornton. Led 3-0 over David Sharp before succumbing to a 4-0 loss in the end. And it was a 4-1 against Wilkinson, but
41.
Carl Wilkinson averaging just over 97.5, the performance of the day so far.
$60. $45.
Game 11 now, and everybody's got points. Top place is 6 points, bottom is 2.
100.
Does that mean that everybody feels like they're in it now?
I think so. I think at this point, and this may change towards the back end. Obviously, we've still got Carl Wilkinson coming up. He's got 2 games left to go. Carl Wilkinson, for me, if he puts himself on 10, if he gets 5 wins from 5, then yeah, it's the rest of the field scrambling for that second place.
Yeah, Wilkinson's going to play 2 of the next 3 games. He's got David Sharp, which looks like a pretty tricky thing to do at the minute. He's been warming up to something over the last couple of games, and he's got Thornton in game 14.
60.
Who's just picked up his first win. So there is a real possibility that things could bunch up by the end of the day.
57.
Every game these two have had this week has been very close. 4-3 win for Scarat on Monday. Then a 4-3 win on
49.
Tuesday for his opponent in this game.
164.
But then Gabriel would win 4-2 yesterday. That was at a point where they both knew they were going to be in Group C.
44.
I think the important thing to note is that Gabriel's strengths from the last 3 days, because there were strengths, even though he was in the bottom 2, they haven't really shown up today as much.
137. Carl, you require 120.
Let's see if they show up here. And they don't.
I agree. I think
9.
in terms of the finishing, I mean, you mentioned it at the beginning of the session, and the tops hitting was immaculate. And I just think the combination of the scoring coupled with just more effective finishing just seems to have deserted him today.
Game shot in the
Nothing
first
has
leg.
deserted
Jasper
Scarat
Scarat
there. That tops was just clinging
Second
on for
leg
dear
is
life.
Carl to throw first. Game on.
And we can't forget as well that this was the fixture where Scarat got his 9 data.
85.
They have struck up a bit of a friendship this week, these two, staying in the same sort of accommodation.
Yeah, and aside from the darts, as I say, I've been lucky enough to play here on 3 separate occasions, and aside from the darts, you are out in the back room. There's 6 of you playing together, or 5, obviously, if you're in Group B. But
60.
you do strike up these new friendships, and you learn more about people that you may even some people are completely new to you. You haven't met them before. For some people, you've probably known for a while, but actually you just get to learn a bit more about them.
140.
Yeah, the one time I played here 3 years ago, I knew everybody very well. I didn't really think that was a good thing. Maybe I knew
44.
too much. Sometimes when you walk into a practice room, you don't know anyone. That can be quite daunting.
121.
Gabriel from 312 really should use the 25 at some point.
120.
If you get two treble 20s, you can go to 25. If you get treble 19 on the second dot like that, you can still use the 25. Turns out that Scarat has got 2 visits to take care of leg 2.
$100. Jasper, you require 80.
May need to take out the 80 here. Took out 70 the leg before. 79. Was looking for treble 19 for double 11, but a 92 chance
40.
here
Carl, you
for
require
Gabriel.
92.
I think that might have been for double
52.
16. I
Jasper,
know where
you
this is going.
require 40.
It's for a break of throw.
Game shot.
Nothing
the
wrong with
second
that
leg,
one as
Jasper
well.
Scarat.
2-0 Scarat. The more we talk about it, the
Third
more
leg
I'm
is
really
Jasper
intrigued
throw
to
first.
maybe sit down and have a libation with Jasper and talk about what actually happened in his army career, if he's able to talk about it, of course.
Yeah, I think it'd be a really interesting conversation.
180.
As he pins a maximum.
140.
I honestly can't tell you many famous Jaspers. It's one of those names that everyone's heard, but genuinely, how
45.
many famous Jaspers are there?
I mean, there's one that really does stand out in the context of this conversation.
Of course, you take away the S.
Yeah.
It's probably where he got the
91.
nickname from the army. The only other one I can think of really is Jasper Conran, the famous designer.
He's 2 in again.
156 left, yeah. 121.
I think he was thinking about that too much. Sometimes you just got to go for it. I just feel like the trapdoor is starting to open up here for Gabriel. He has got a win today over Thornton, but he maybe had Robert at the right time.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing from Gabriel, each time he's coming back and in between, now I know that both himself and Devon Peterson, they do tend to kind of try and loosen up their arm, repeat the
97.
action, but there's quite a lot of rotation going on with that shoulder as well. And bear in mind, he played all last week at the international pairs, and he's obviously played all this week so far, and I'm just
136.
wondering whether there was
Jasper,
any
you
niggle
require
in that
58.
shoulder.
Tops has been good. Tops
Game
is
shot, the third
brilliant.
leg, Jasper Scarat.
4 attempts, 3 hits. What's not to like?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Fourth leg is Carl to throw
now
first.
for me, Jasper just has to be a little bit careful because he's been in this position before. He was 3-0 up over David Sharp and lost 4-3. You can't afford to take your foot off the pedal at any point.
$100.
I know what you're saying about the amount of darts that these guys have been playing. Because if you're playing almost 2 solid weeks,
60.
your body's going to let you know how you feel about it. I think the next evolution for dart players at every level is going to be recovery.
60.
We're seeing more and more injuries within the sport because people play and they don't recover. They don't do something to help their
100.
body post their competitive day.
No, we've noticed with players, they are starting to understand, the necessity of
100.
having, looking after themselves. We've seen players at the very top of the game going on like weight losses,
81.
great big journeys to try and improve their fitness. But as you say, there's a lot of other elements in terms of the health side of the sport where it can be improved.
Because it is a unilateral sport as well. You don't use both
100.
hands. You use one. Which means if you throw hundreds of thousands of darts with your right side, it means that that is going to be more active than your left side. You have to have
141.
exercises that recover the right side and counteract. Well, where have we seen that before?
Very familiar with the 141, but not going to go this time.
81.
Gabriel with a bit of an
Well, you
outside
require
chance here. The
120.
120 looking to climb the ladder. It's a perfect first start. Little lift and tops for 3-1.
Game shot in the fourth
And that's
leg.
what he
Go,
was doing
Gabriel.
earlier on in the week and last week that we just haven't seen enough of today.
Earlier on today, tops was
Fifth
not
leg is
being
Jasper to
found.
throw first.
In
Game
this
up.
game, it's not being missed. 3 double tops for Scarat, 1 for Gabriel.
21.
Let's not forget he was sitting on a shot that could have been tops for the match and a 4-0 victory.
41.
There's been no real issues with the finishing so far for either player in this. Just the one dart missed at a double between the pair of them.
137.
I know they've struck up a bit of a friendship this week, but there's no need for them to wear the same clothes.
60.
We have seen Scarat in white this week,
180.
and he's all red there, and that's very all right. 163, no problem.
140.
A 140 in response, but you feel at this point the game may have got away from Gabriel, especially after that first dart.
$97.
The only person that these guys have beaten today is Robert Thornton. That is about to change.
100.
Scarat wins, he goes to 4 points with Sharp and Brandon. It's tops again.
46.
It has been
You
missed.
require 160.
In a visit sense, that's the only thing that's gone wrong in this game at the end of a leg.
80.
But it might not hurt
Jasper,
him.
you require 20.
He
Game
is
start
in the
and match,
reckoning in
Jasper
this group.
Scarat.
That's his second win. He didn't need the 9-darter this time against Gabriel, but the points will come in handy. He's now on 4, and his leg difference has taken a very nice jolt in the right direction. That's a steady performance. But look at the doubling. Gabriel only had 1 shot. Scarat had 6. He hit 4 of them, and he's now on 4 points.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
A couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. Now we go into our 12th game of our campaign on Thursday afternoon. And Sharp is back up against the undefeated Carl Wilkinson, who's having a lovely day so far. But it's only lovely if the next 2 games he plays cooperate as well. Because if he yields 6 points from his first 3 games and doesn't get any more wins, his day will feel a little bit sour. But things are starting to get better for David Sharp.
Game on.
After a bit of a sketchy start in the first few legs of his day, he seems to be figuring something out.
He does, and it's funny, if you told someone that you're going to come out of day one with 6 points, 8 points, winning 3, 4, potentially 5 throughout the day, you'd take it with both hands open. But if you start off by winning those first 3 games, as you say, then you lose the last 2. Coming into tomorrow's action, it already has this negative connotation. It's a bit like when a player hits 66. I always think the same. If you go 1-5 and then hit a treble 20, you think, phew, rescued it. If you start with a treble 20, you think you wasted it. And that's the difference. It's the same score.
Yeah, there's a difference between a good ton and a bad ton.
100.
The good one is treble 20 last. The bad one is treble 20 first.
$99.
Who said this game was simple?
The game in itself probably is. It's quite straightforward to understand. I think it's just the minds of
100.
dart players that make it very much more complicated.
Oh, by the way, did you hear the amateur dart circuit news from the last couple of days? We have somebody who's
100.
qualified for the Modus Super Series by the name of Billy Leonard. Now, anybody who is a darts fan from the 70s will know the name.
David, you require 164.
Former winner of the News of the World tournament. What are we looking at here?
139.
Almost sharp as a razor.
Well, you require 64.
Here goes Wilkie.
56. David, you
Just
require
feels like he was
25.
going to hit that, considering how he's played today. Oh, that was a bit close.
Can you use that as a guide?
9.
Well, he found that first dart,
Well,
but
you
went the wrong
require
side of it.
8.
Now,
Game
some
shot
people
in the
say
first
it's better
leg.
to be
Go,
lucky than
Wilkinson.
good. How about if you're good and lucky?
It's a dangerous combination, as there's another conversation about
Second leg, it's Carter.
whose drink is who up on the stage.
Game on.
What was your way of identifying your drink on a table or a
136.
table on stage?
I used to put my dark case right next to it, kind of claim it, make it a little bit of a territory on the table.
I used to always take a bottle of water to the table at the Pro Tour event and put it right on the corner, because nobody else did that.
60.
Earlier in the week, we had many a conversation about Jason Brandon asking people whose water is whose. And I mentioned Gary Anderson, who used to put a flight in the water. But you probably don't want to do that.
134.
Because the flights are made of plastic.
You can get, depending on the dart manufacturer, my dart manufacturer, they actually have these little stick-on tabs as well that you can just chuck onto the side of a glass if you want.
Very nice. Or you can do what Brendan Dolan does.
137.
He contacted us a couple of days ago, mentioning that he has his own stubby holder when he went to Australia. Once you've had one of those, you don't go back.
David,
they're a great thing.
50.
Well, Sharpie, that was a bit different.
Game shot in the second leg. David
Well,
shot.
that would win a game of 50 if you've ever played 50.
I have.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
You crafty devil.
He's played so far this afternoon pretty much with a smile on his face, which sometimes actually gets bigger as the throw goes along.
91.
Nice to see he's sporting the Scott Waits 2025 look, where you say goodbye to the hair and hello to the beard. Used to be the other way around, didn't it?
81.
I'm sure darts in Scotland is as popular as it's
81.
ever been. They've always looked up to their big darting heroes, the likes of Anderson and Thornton and Wilson and Wright
45.
and Anne Kirk.
Yeah, I remember playing for England. She played for Scotland many a year ago. And Kirk.
You do have some really good
43.
young Scottish players coming through, like Sophie McKinley and Chloe O'Brien.
Yeah, the one that stands out for me at the moment, Mitchell Lawrie.
99.
Just at the weekend, yeah, 14 years old and picks up the Welsh Open title with a win over DJ Darren Johnson in the final. But wow, yeah, that's another amazing young talent coming through.
140.
I'm just waiting for this to be a problem here at the Modus Super Series, because when Luke Littler was winning the Irish Open at 15,
100.
then there was a clamour
David,
for
you
him to
require
play here. We had to change the
146.
rules to get him here, and boy, are we glad we did. Does that mean we've got to invite people who are even younger? Because Mitchell's even younger.
But amazingly,
46.
not the youngest to have ever picked up a WDF title. There is another player, and actually was in the final of the youth against Mitchell Lawrie at the weekend, Kaya Baizal.
60. David, you require
Kaya again
100.
at the age of 14, won earlier on in the year in the, I think it was the Budapest Classic.
60 scored.
It's scary how good the youngsters are that are coming through.
That
Game
is
shot
scary
third
sharp.
leg, David Sharp.
Even gave us a little bit of Labanowska's plumage there.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Kaya, I believe, is Hungarian. Is he?
I believe he's English.
Oh, really?
140.
Oh, okay.
I was doing commentary. I just had to think when you said it out loud. Yeah, no, I was doing some comms there.
Well, that really is scary,
43.
isn't it? Oh, you know, we were talking about different
59.
name tournaments from the United States earlier today.
Yeah.
Well, don't mean to divert away from this game too much, but there's something that really grabbed my attention for a tournament that's happening this weekend in Austria,
42.
called the Death Angel Open. Why?
58.
That's it. It's the only question I've got.
Why?
I did notice that. It was one that Aaron was looking at going to.
Was it been sponsored by Hell's
140.
Angels or something? It just seems a bit macabre to me.
It's one for the CV, isn't it?
Imagine it's the only tournament you win in your career. Oh, I won a ranking title. Which one was it? Oh, it wasn't the British Open. It wasn't the Welsh Open. It wasn't the World Open. It was the Death Angel Open.
60. Carl, you require 100.
Well, anyway, back to this stuff. Wilkinson may be in trouble for the first time here today.
128.
And this is what he does about it.
140.
He might be in trouble if he
Carl, you
doesn't find
require
double
16.
eight.
Sharp just once again, just tapping him on the shoulder, reminding him he's right behind him. And now chasing it round, double two.
12. David, you require 76.
If he wants to get out of leg 4, there's only one thing for it. Time for a cool sharp.
Game
That is razor sharp from David. It really is starting to put this together. The only note he's playing today is C sharp.
Game on.
He's definitely warming to the task, isn't he? It was a flat start from David Sharp.
135.
One of those players that we kind of gave the big up to. Came here last time, got through Group C, topped Group C, only losing a couple of games. Well, kind of damage limitation after the first match because he did lose the opener, but then hasn't really looked back since.
Just to put that into perspective as well, that was a week that was won by Shane McGuire, and he played
45.
so well. But Sharp even beat Kurt Parry to winning that Group C. Parry would lose in the final the following day.
140.
Yeah, Kurt Parry back in action later on this evening from 10 o'clock. But Kurt Parry's another one that I think due to pick up a title
57.
here at the Modus Super Series. Made the final of both the international pairs events and has been a runner-up in the singles as well.
Yeah, he's been runner-up in the last 4 events he's
41.
played. 2 singles finals in a weekly sense, 2 international pairs finals. I think he's getting a bit sick of it.
Or maybe third time's the charm if you
140.
separate the two from each other. Who knows?
It's not a bad hit rate though, was it?
41.
No, it's just that
David, you
one
require
more step, and I think that
124.
just still becomes quite frustrating for a player.
What note is Sharp playing now?
38 scored, 86 left. Yeah. 42.
That's not ideal, but it's the kind of number that you feel you will hit. Wilkinson just
100.
hasn't really
David,
been
you
able to
require
live with
82.
David on the whole. This is a fair result based on the numbers. It's not over yet, though. It could be now. He's looking for a B sharp on the bull.
50.
So he decides to hit an 18
Carl, you
instead.
require 141.
I could pay dividends, but Carl Wilkinson, 141. You feel it's must-get territory. There's the first. Can't find the treble 19.
89. David, you require 32.
He's only had to be 33% on his doubles to get to this position. He's limited the chances for Wilkinson. Has he got an angle?
No score. Carl, you require
Not a kind one.
52.
52. To go within one leg. And he's got the wrong
34.
side.
David, you require 32.
It does feel like everything has gone David's way in this game. Does he have the result?
Game Sharp.
He does
and the match,
now.
David Sharp.
And the hand is stalking him in that shot there because Wilkinson knew that he was second best in that one. There you have it. Razor sharp. He was at times. It was only an 85 average of sorts and only 4 out of 14 on the doubles. But it's all about the points as he now goes to 6 with Wilkinson, so they're both at the top. And just like that, we're about to go into our final round of play in Group C here on Thursday. Now, as you can see, Brandon did fall to Thornton. That was his first win of the day. Jasper Scarat was just too good for Carl Gabriel. And David Sharp, with a 4-1 victory against Carl Wilkinson, who has been the best player of the day up until that point, has now relinquished his spot at the top. Because Sharp, who loves being at the top of Group C, has found his way there once again. But it's only on leg difference for now. If he wants to be there at the end of the day, he's going to have to beat Carl Gabriel in match 15. So before then, we'll see what Carl does against Robert Thornton. That's after this. Scarat and United States player Jason Brandon will see where they stand at the end of this one.
Well, the one thing we do know, one of these two will definitely be joining the likes of Wilkinson and Sharp on 6 points come the end of this match. But as you mentioned, Wilkinson and Sharp still with another game left to go. Could extend their lead at the top of the table, but do you think the last two games, they could be quite interesting? Thornton obviously starting to up the levels, playing quite well. Wilkinson, a real drop-off from what we've seen from him in that last match. And then you've got Gabriel versus Sharp.
We did say that this table could bunch up.
Throw first. Game on.
That's probably the most confused handshake of the week. And Jason saw the funny side of that one. But we can't envisage someone being out of it
40.
at the end of this match. Someone will have 6 points. Someone will have 4. Even if you're on 4, you're going to be in the mix come tomorrow. But let's say that Thornton does get the better of Wilkinson next. And Gabriel gets the best of Sharp. For the person who loses this game, that's the best case scenario. Because everybody will be within 2 points of each other.
Yeah, and I think from a viewing point of view, and like from our perspective as fans and commentators, I love it when the table gets bunched up because you still don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a bit like transfer deadline day. There's so many things going on and so many ripple effects. But the less said about that, the better.
60.
This is actually my favourite series of the year, the last one of the calendar year, because we see more people from different countries than any other time of the year.
26.
Because there might be people coming into town for Grand Slam of Darts, Lakeside. They might have qualified earlier in the year and had to wait a little bit of time to come here. I think there's going to be a big story at the end of this series. I can just feel it.
Could you see
100.
One of the people already with their picture on the wall picking up a title for a second time? It's only been done by Luke Littler.
40. Jason, you require 94.
I actually think it's hard enough for players who've picked up a championship title to just win another week to get the opportunity.
In the first leg, Jason Brandon.
Absolutely. There is a big possibility that
second leg
it never
Jason
happens.
to throw first. Game on.
Because by the time someone who's already won one, they might already have joined the Pro Tour. So they don't get the opportunity for a second one. Darius Labanauskas hasn't even been back since he won last year.
Well, that's because he's been kind of busy, isn't it, with the PDCs right up there at the top of the Challenge Tour, which then gets you those invites back onto the Pro Tour.
180.
And the other player that we did see at international pairs, who is also doing really
50.
good things, played alongside Bruno Stockley. And was he second on the Challenge Tour?
What are you up to again, Scarat?
180.
You can't be serious.
He can.
Now he's thinking about it. If he does this again, this will be off the charts good.
41. Jasper, you require.
Am I in a dream? Has this already happened? Is it meant to be? Oh, not this time. And look at the emotion. There's none. He's so zoned out.
59.
Ah, there's a little bit of a smell. We caught that. We caught that.
No deja vu for Scarat today.
I said to him this morning, go and get another one then.
Jasper,
He just
you
laughed.
require 82.
Well, he went 6 in, but in the context of the match, this could be 12 darts.
66.
This could be the start of his darts career. The Army came first. Now darts is getting its time. Who knows what he could do next?
134.
Well, he needs to hit double 8 because Brandon is tapping him on the shoulder.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well, the tap on the
Jasper
shoulder
Scarat.
didn't work. So what does he do next? Really close between these two over the course of the week.
Third leg is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
Scarat has won their last. In fact, he won the first meeting of the week. Brandon's won the last 2.
45.
Yeah, going back to what we were saying, obviously prior to being interrupted by back-to-back 180s once again
very
from
rude.
Scarat. Oh, yeah. No, so yeah,
100.
I think it's really difficult just to get back into Champions Week if you are a former champion here. We've seen it previously. You mentioned obviously Labanauskas not coming back because of what he's doing on the Challenge Tour, the Pro Tour.
59.
But I don't know, I've just got this little suspicion that one of our former champions might be able to do a double.
Which one sticks out for you? Is it Harrison?
It's Harrison. I think
81.
I'd love to see Jeff Smith come back and be able to have a defence attempt as well. And although Scott Taylor, for me, he's a bit off when it came to Champions Week. Even so,
60.
he finds a way through.
Someone might come out of the woodwork and just dominate.
40.
We have no idea which week we'll see a successful weekly winner go on to win the title. You just have to stay tuned to Pluto TV over the next few months. It's a long-running series.
139.
Unlike some TV shows, it actually will have an ending. Stranger things have happened.
96.
That's a lovely dart from Scarat. 98 is a bit of a tricky checkout, but he has taken it out this week already.
60. Jasper, you require 98.
This one might be getting away from Brandon. He seems to be losing a bit of his sharpness. Well, they're both playing in their 20th game of the week. And I don't care who you are, that's tough.
Jason, you require 124.
Treble 18 would have left the ball.
92. Jasper, you require 65.
He's going to go for the 25, you would think. He's got it. Double top.
55.
Well, what an opening for
Jason,
Brandon.
you require 32.
Wasn't able to hit double 16 yesterday in his last match to get into Group
James
B,
on
but
the
he has
third
found it
leg.
here.
Jason Brandon.
That could be a massive break of throat. Just looking at the darts of
Fourth leg
Scarat,
is
by the way.
Jason to throw first.
Looks like they're a modified Gezi Price dart. Must be something about muscles. You wouldn't want to run into Scarat at speed.
43.
Looks like he's made of tungsten.
Do you not find people that have had different careers, especially ones where there is a certain element of
85.
fitness required? You mentioned Gezi Price, obviously he came famously from a rugby background. They've just got this different level of discipline when it comes to how they look after themselves, which we've already discussed is
133.
seemingly the way forward in terms of just being able to keep your energy levels up, your focus. It lends itself well for, playing well.
I absolutely agree. I've even spoken to kids of a certain age who don't necessarily want to be involved in a contact sport anymore, but they're taking a team mentality into playing
57.
darts, and they're more prepared mentally than some other kids who are just taking up darts from a non-sporting background. Maybe in the future we'll be having darts classes at school where they have end-of-term tournaments. Being the school champion might even be a thing.
84.
I'm all for that. I think it's a great idea. I know that darts is one of those sports that's starting to make its way into the classroom, but more from a maths point of view.
81.
It's definitely good for that. Should be able to go to your maths teacher and brag about how good your 3 times table is.
89.
Not enough trebles there to Scarat's liking, but it is a finish left. And please don't go 18s first. You know it's not the right way to go.
57. Jasper, you require 118.
Don't do it.
Moment of truth.
Oh, no. It's 64. You can't leave the outer ring unless you get another treble. It's going to be the bull. Don't listen to me.
Shot in the fourth leg, Jasper Scarat.
I could have said that was going in before he even threw it. You were that mortified at the route that was taken. It was inevitable.
Jasper to throw first.
That finish has got to have a name. You might as well call it the Michael Fish. Oh, there's not going to be a hurricane. It's going to be fine. Whoosh.
140.
That was the safest single 14 you've ever seen. It was so safe, it was almost in the double.
83.
You just get the sense that this is one of those matches both players can sense how important it could be going into tomorrow. One player will end up on 6 points and put themselves right in the mix for a top 2 finish.
I do believe that was his first ton plus checkout of the day as well. Had to be that one, didn't it?
Or the one that you were talking out of the...
Absolutely. I just felt it coming. Some people
60.
Don't necessarily go the best routes for things. He has done that this week. So you just felt that when he was on 118, he was going to be an 18's first guy.
91.
The basic crux is this. You want to be leaving the outer ring, not the bull. It's easier to do it that way. He hit
140.
Fair play to him because it was hard. But he's the guy who's come here this week and he's doing the things that are the hardest. Like $9.
And he's already put a lot of pressure on Jason Brandon.
131. Jasper, you require 80.
No, don't go 16s. And he won't. Oh, this is really tough. This time
60.
he can't find it. That was a really good try.
Jason, you require 96.
But with his dart kicking left, he was covering a lot of that top's bed. He decided to stay on the treble. I think he was doing the right
56.
thing there. That was a good lie for the 60.
Jasper, you
I
require
agree.
20.
But the miss there, you can see the frustration on Jason Brandon's face as he walks back from the oche.
Double 5, biggest start of the match.
10. Jason,
Brandon's
you
prayers
require 40.
have been answered. And if he hits this, give Brandon flowers.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
Hit it, he does.
Jason
I'll let you do the
Brandon.
delivery yourself in person.
Sixth leg
It's
is
a head
Jason
scratcher,
to
isn't
throw
it,
first.
for someone like
Game
Jasper, who's just taken out the 118, taken it out on the bullseye, and then misses a handful of darts at a double to go within one. Now you're all of a sudden on the back foot
100.
once again.
Well, that's a good point, actually, because what Brandon's been doing all week is constantly getting better. He doesn't necessarily have to be better than
100.
yesterday or Tuesday, where he picked up 6 points. He's got to be just as good. So it's maintenance he's looking for right now. It will be job
100.
done if he wins this leg or the next. Because he will be in the mix. If we're being fair, he was never in the mix to win Group A.
140.
He could have got second position, but he was never going to get top position. In this group, it's different.
180.
Very different. That's when you want to get a 180. And the average climbs above 91.
Yeah, again, another match that's been really close,
60.
really
Jason,
competitive.
you require 121.
There's your bullseye. And here's the layup to leave double
81.
top. He's going to have 3 darts in hand to finish his day with more wins than losses. And usually, on a Thursday, that is a brilliant thing.
139.
This
Jason,
is
you
to be
require
within
40.
touching distance of the top spot. Even if he's not going to get it, he's going to be there or thereabouts.
Well,
how many times has that tops wire been
Jasper,
pushed?
Yeah, I was looking at that as well, but Brandon now returning the favour that was afforded to him before. 62 required here for Scarat. Can he pinch the pocket of Jason Brandon? He can't.
Jason, you require 20.
Second down and 20. That is an incomplete pass.
Jasper, you require 16.
And his mood has changed in the last 60 seconds.
6 darts to win it. Went the way of Jason
Scarat.
Brandon, but it's Jasper Scarat who levels it up once again. It's 3-all. It's a case of who can, well, for Jasper now, trying to do something that hasn't been done so far this match. That's hold throw.
7th and final leg is Jasper.
That's the kind of game that makes you stay awake at night. That game where I couldn't hold my throw. There were 7 legs. I couldn't hold once.
45.
But it'd be even worse for Scarat. Imagine if he doesn't hold in 4 attempts. The only time they've gone the distance
58.
this week, it was Brandon who won.
And a tentative start, to say the least, from both players.
58.
And when a game does have a little bit of an edge on it, obviously this is to see who finish on 6 points overnight. When it has got that little edge, it can do one of 2 things, I find, to players. It can bring out the best, or it can have this
100.
kind of contagious feeling where both of you just start trying too hard, struggling, not finding the trebles.
Yeah, you've just got to play the game instead of the situation.
120.
Wow. 120 floor. That's valuable. It's a half dart lead. I know how things have changed in the last 4 darts.
$22.
A disappointing return there for Scarat. And you actually saw him mouth come on to himself. He's just starting to get a little bit embroiled in the match. I say a little bit, but we have seen very little from him in way of reaction.
Yeah, I think it would be very different, this game, if we had different players. These are more inward players, whereas some of them would be wearing their emotions with their arms,
40.
their facial expressions, and in some cases with their feet.
You have to say now, advantage, Jason Brandon. And another one of those.
140.
Gives him plenty of time to get across the line. He had 6 darts in the leg before, though.
Sometimes having plenty of time is not a good thing. Now what does he do? He has to go for the bullseye here. Well,
40.
he tried the right thing.
Jason, you require
It hasn't
46.
paid off, and Brandon really does have time on his side now for break number 7. That is a big dart. This
Jason
time he does get
Brandon.
over the line. And with the 7th break of throw in the match, Scarat will leave this place today feeling just a little bit sour, as Brandon finds 3 wins from 5 for the 3rd consecutive day. 87 average, and it was a good 8-9 points better than his opponent, so you'd have to say it, the right man won.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
I've got some bad news for you folks. We've only got 2 more games for you this afternoon, but you don't have to wait too long for more after that, because we've got Group B tonight from 10 p.m. and we have some fabulous Swift talents for you a little bit later on. But this is the last game for Wilkie and for the Thorn, with Brandon winning that game just now by 4 legs to 3. He has ensured that he is one of the players who will finish on 6 points. Robert can't do that, but he can get to 4 with Scarat. We can still have that group at the end of day 1 where we've got 3 on 6 and 3 on 4 points. Let's see what happens next.
There is an argument that so far today, Carl Wilkinson has been the better player in terms of the averages he's posted up to that last encounter with David Sharp, where he lost 4 legs to 1.
45.
Then you hear an early call of Robert Thornton just chastising himself for a couple of loose darts.
100.
Do you know, I can imagine William Wallace shouting that, and then Robert just comes over the hill with 3 darts, and everybody says, right, okay, it's steady now. You didn't have to go that far.
I like the way your imagination works sometimes.
Bit odd, isn't it?
It's hard to keep up at points.
83.
I mean, I have been brushing up on Simpsons references, but we haven't had any today.
No, I'm keeping them for later.
140.
You got a mental vision of Robert on horseback with a blue painted face now saying, you can take my trebles, but you can't take my
60.
doubles.
I didn't have him on a horse until that moment, to be fair.
AI is a wonderful thing.
139.
So is that. He's definitely got better as the day has gone on. It's just such a shame for his day that it started with a game where he was 0 from 21 on the doubles. Bullseye.
67.
Very, very close.
You require 36.
And Wilkie is waiting.
A target he's found a few times today. Not now. And
28.
an opportunity here for Robert Thornton. He wasn't far off that ball target with his last start, the last throw. He's perfect in the double eight.
Robert Thornton.
I just think Robert just looks a bit more kind of likely now when he's stepping up to the yoke.
First, game on.
Yeah, at the start of the session, he looked a bit frazzled. Whereas now, he looks in, if that makes sense.
180.
We get the old point there. I like that. I really do like that. Because that reminds me of something that is
99.
very appropriate. Because when he used to hit a 180 or a big checkout, he would never point left
45.
towards the usual camera when he was playing big stage darts. He would always point right because there was somebody over there.
100.
But this could be a real turnaround for Robert Thornton from, as you say, what started quite difficult for him.
58. Robert, you require 136.
This is a performance so far. It's classic Robert.
96.
Down to a double, and a double that he's synonymous with hitting after just 12.
77. Robert, you require 40. Game shot in the
Doesn't
second
look like
leg,
there's anything he
Robert
can't do
Thornton.
anymore. I think Wilkinson is getting Thornton at the wrong time.
Third leg, it's Carter throw first.
Obviously for Robert Thornton, he was a last-minute replacement for Daryl Fitton. Now, we've already mentioned the fact that he was here on Sunday. He obviously played throughout the week as well in the international
97.
pairs alongside Scott Campbell. Played on the Sunday, obviously went home and then has had to come back. Now, I just wonder if it just puts you slightly on the back foot when it comes to kind of the preparation that you sometimes
140.
need when you're coming into one of these events.
$100.
This is some performance by Robert Thornton, second maximum. That takes his average just over the 110 mark.
I've been looking at his personal best average in his career. It was an amazing game. He played with James Wade at the European Darts Open in 2015, a tournament he would win, his sole
90.
European Tour
Well,
victory.
You require 167.
He would beat Kim Hybricks in the final as well. But his PB is 111.77.
Robert, you require 91.
Can't recover.
83.
So Wilkinson
Well,
is
you require
forced to take this
113.
out. Things are getting a bit dire. Or are they?
95.
He was atop the table
Robert,
after
you
3
require
rounds.
8.
People might be trying to overtake him now. Double 2.
4.
It was too quick.
Carl, you require 18.
Yeah, you feel that's a key chance
Game
come and
shot
gone
in
for
the
Robert
third leg,
Thornton,
go
but
Wilkinson.
Wilkinson steps in.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He was playing beautifully for 2.5 legs there.
60.
But one of the important things about playing this format is that if somebody pinches a leg from you, you can't let that derail you.
58.
No, time does run out. You don't get a lot of time to readjust with any disappointment. You just have to draw a line under it. I think you can make the same
100.
argument for games in their entirety as well. If there's a game that's just got away from you, if it's a 4 legs to 3, or you've missed chances to see the match out, you can't dwell on it.
100.
You think about the amount of games that we play in a series. And the previous Champions Night boiled down to
60.
3 darts. Somebody missing a bullseye and somebody taking out 18 with 2.
100.
Doesn't get much closer than that. You think about some of the games that he's won in his career.
121.
Steeliness, belief. He's been able to withstand heartache, but kick back. Games with Wade.
96.
Games with
Robert,
Taylor,
you
Van
require
Gerwen,
160.
Anderson, the lot. He's played them all.
And he was playing in an era
140.
where it was just so
Card you
dominated
require
by Phil Taylor as well,
147.
that to pick up any other tournaments anywhere else is something in itself.
That's why he's so highly respected.
131.
I actually don't think
Robert,
he
you
knows
require
how highly
20.
respected he is. Because he's humble
Game
and he's
shot in the
3-1
fourth
up.
leg, Robert Thornton.
3 out of 7 on the doubles.
Fifth leg, it's Carl to throw first.
And this is
Game on.
so by far and away the best performance we've seen from Robert this week. But it's not finished yet.
85.
This is like Schubert's Symphony. Unfinished.
140.
Covered a lot of topics that I don't know a lot about. Classical music's right up there with them.
100.
There's a very famous piece of classical music called Claire de Lune.
60.
It's called Sweet Bergamasque. We just need somebody called Claire in darts who's a little bit crazy.
100.
You can call her Claire the Loon. These are the things I think about at night. Either that or somebody's putting something in my ice cream.
100.
Oh, that treble 20 had a bit of a clatter.
140.
Yeah, but it left a lot of space. It was right in the corner.
Yeah, you don't put Robert in the corner. And don't call him baby.
98. Carl, you require 76.
To stop Thornton from getting a chance. He needs tops.
36. Robert, you
Well,
require
this one is going to be
103.
right down the pipe, hopefully. He was hoping for 60 and 3 in tops, but he gets a dart.
71.
And I think
Carl,
in
you
the
require
background,
40.
Carl Wilkinson thought that was going to go in.
He's made that bed a little smaller.
Game shot in the fifth
Oh,
leg,
what a
Carl
dart that is.
Wilkinson.
Carl Wilkinson is very tall. His darts land very flat.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
In a flash, he's hit that tops on the left half without even thinking about it.
And is that the moment? Is that
7.
the shift in this match that Carl Wilkinson was hoping may happen?
Don't look, Robert. You knew it was going to happen. How many times does that happen? You score 7 or 9 or 11 and then they go max.
60.
The thing to note here is that Thornton threw first. If Wilkinson breaks, he has the darts in the last leg.
100.
And a break is imminent.
Thornton needs 2, 3 treble
100.
visits from here on in just to get back in the leg. Has to settle for a straight ton.
60.
Might be the tiniest bit of an olive branch.
100.
Trebles aren't
Carly
really
require
drying up, but they're not as
161.
plentiful as they were earlier in the game.
His timing as well. Wilkinson,
81.
great last dart to make sure he's on a potential 2-dart out when he comes back.
Well, that's not ideal.
60. Carl, you require
With that treble
80.
7, he could not leave a finish with a single. Or a 25.
Game shot.
And now we go the
there.
distance.
Go
Wilkinson on the doubles has been exactly the same as Thornton all of a sudden. 3 from 8 apiece. 3 legs apiece.
7th and final leg. It's
And the
Carter
averages
throw
don't matter.
first. Game up.
It's all about a one-leg shootout to see who's either got 8 points or 4.
98.
There could be 2 points between them overnight. Or 6.
It really is a
140.
big swing match in terms of how the table is going to look going into tomorrow.
$115.
There's a great deal of inner chatter from the Thorn. I bumped into him in the venue about an hour ago and he said, I think I should have won 3 games out of 4. He's not wrong.
85.
Just missed a fair few doubles. But if he loses this one, this is the one that will hurt the most because he's played beautifully
58.
at times.
And when you've been so dominant in a match, and you could just see it with Robert Thornton, as I said, he just looked likely that he was going to hit the treble 20, hit the doubles with
85.
looked like with absolute ease. And again, a last start from Carl Wilkinson there in the treble 20 bed just completely rescues the throat.
48.
He is not going to go 18s first.
Carl, you require 118.
Told you. He's not going to go for double 19 either, and I
86.
love that play.
He'd already made his mind up, hadn't he? Absolutely no hesitation, looking to split, making sure when he returns he's on a double that he likes.
Absolutely the right thing to do.
42.
That was premeditated.
Carl, you require 32.
It could have been so different. Robert had a dart to win 4-1. He ends up losing at 4-3. One mistake in that match has cost Robert a very valuable 2 points. But what a day for Wilkie. 8 points, and he can make his way down the Wilkie way. A really good game in the end. Robert was averaging close to 100 for most of that match. It just petered out towards the end. Wilkinson looks like he's going to be your leader overnight, maybe.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the
it.
job
Got
done.
in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
One more game to bring you for Thursday afternoon as we go into David Sharp against Carl Gabriel. Now, before the break, we did see rather an impressive comeback from Carl Wilkinson, which has resulted in him taking 8 points into Friday. He's got a leg difference of +4, and he will lead going into Friday if Sharp loses this game. But the way that Sharp has been playing the last few matches, we don't really envisage that.
Throw first. Game on.
Things could have been bunched up. And after Thornton missed one dart to win that match by 4-1, now the chasing pack
140.
have a bit of a problem because Wilkinson has won 4 out of 5. They were hoping he'd win 3 from 5.
It was an inspired performance from Robert Thornton, just ran out of a bit of steam
70.
towards the end. And we find ourselves in a very similar scenario where you've got one player in Sharp on 6 points, and then you've got Carl Gabriel towards the tail end. And again, it's another one that can
83.
just bring the table a little bit more bunched up if Carl Gabriel can find a way to win.
$47.
I think there's one person in this table right now who's not too fussed about this result, and that's Jason Brandon. He's going to be on 6 points overnight with an all square or
43.
even leg difference. He knows that the worst case scenario for him is that he's going to have 2 people above him, only 2 points ahead. He is most
95.
definitely part of the equation tomorrow. As for Scarat, Gabriel and Thornton, they
99.
are the people who have license to worry. And even if Gabriel wins this one, he's still going to be chasing in the early rounds tomorrow.
96. Carl, you require 136. $96.
That's a good 96. And an interesting start on 136. 16s first. 6 16s for tops.
You mentioned his proclivity at hitting tops, so
57.
perhaps it's
Carl, you
going,
require
doing
40.
everything in your power to leave your intended target.
35.
That really
David, you
couldn't have gone
require
any worse.
136.
He's definitely not happy with this first leg.
46. Carl, you require
If I were
5.
reading his face, thinking what hand has he got in poker, I'd say he's got about 6-4 off suit.
Game shot in the first
What
leg.
Gabriel's got
Carl
as the first
Gabriel.
leg.
This is what we saw
Looking
from
against
Sharp
David
towards
to
the
throw first.
beginning of the
Game on.
afternoon session, is those initial legs just going 1-2, 3-0 or 2-0, 3-1 behind, and a couple of those openers, and then having to battle his way back through into the match.
Carl's been in town for about 2 weeks or so. International pairs didn't go to plan. But if he wants to make his way through to a Saturday, things have got to be good from now on.
60.
There are no second chances.
Gabriel partnered with Devon Peterson for those international pairs. They found themselves in Group C themselves, actually, after their Group A campaign did not go to plan.
Was a fairly stacked Group A, though, wasn't it?
Completely stacked week, I would have, I'd argue. When you think you had the kind of dream pairing, I think, for a lot of dart fans in Steve Beaton and Adrian Lewis, and they were narrowly beaten by just 2 legs difference in terms of their progression through to finals night. I think it just gives you an indication of how stacked it was.
Indeed.
65.
Invaluable experience, though. No matter what happens, he will take that back to South Africa, and I'm sure it will help him for the future. Just imagine if he can make it through to a Saturday. We have had an African winner, of course,
86.
Devon Peterson. We've seen an African finalist in Peter Wachuri. And he subsequently lost to a Scotsman in Scott Campbell.
45. David, you require 98.
Well, it's another Scotsman here in David Sharp, looking to get a leg on the
58.
board.
Carl, you require 96.
When Carl Gabriel is on point, these are the type of checkouts that he's been finding. And he does
56.
like a double-double route.
David, you
He really
require
does.
40.
I actually would take the argument that perhaps the lie of that first start was quite inviting to drop into the treble.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well, these are the
David
things you've got to learn. You've got to go for the right thing at the right moment.
But a bit like what we saw from the 136. And again, what's with the water confusion?
Game up.
Honestly, of all the weeks I've been here, I've never seen so much confusion over just whose water's who.
It's been happening all week.
81.
We're going to have to get podiums for the water. You know, like they do on Jeopardy? You know, got the name plate in front of it.
180.
There's no doubt what that was.
Do you remember the incident? I think it was at the Grand Slam of Darts, and I know it was Darren
100.
Webster who very kindly tried to pour a drink of water. And I'm going to say, I can't quite remember who it was for, but instead of pouring it in the glass was upside down, and it just
100.
poured all over the stage, all over the floor. It was on the shoes. It was everywhere.
54.
I liked it when someone took umbrage to Daryl Gurney not pouring them a glass of water. Slightly entitled.
It's funny, isn't it? It's you know, just something at the back of the stage. Just if you do get a bit edgy or a bit parched up there, that's just what it's there for. But there's been quite a lot of controversy to the point where I think the PDC now have 2 separate podiums for for water.
Absolutely. You know you've made it when you got your own table. Doesn't quite make it to the bullseye for a 12 darter.
136.
But he might be back. Again, he's persisting with the old 16s trick.
56. David, you require 25.
Uh-oh. Things have just got tricky.
Yes.
He's left himself on double 2.
21. Carl, you require 80.
Well, that was an interesting choice.
And he may not be back at the Oki.
60. David, you require 4.
He really does thrust those darts forward with body momentum.
Game shot in the third
Double
leg,
two is the double of the
David
day.
Sharp.
At least it was earlier in the day, and it's a 2-1 lead for Sharp.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
It's quite a long point that Sharp has in his darts. I do believe it's a fairly similar setup to the last time he was here.
100.
He handles those barrels as if they're hot potatoes. He's not throwing them quickly, but he's just got them all in his fingertips.
It's a very delicate
100.
hold of throat.
It's like he's trying to throw a flower.
100.
Were they the flowers that were intended for Jason Brandon?
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Well, he's looking at the bright side of life, isn't he?
60. $140.
This is where you want to leave 96 or better. It's unlikely that's going to happen now.
Yeah, and the way those darts stand up, that was always going to be awkward to try and find a route through to the treble 20. I think he needed to shuffle along the oche slightly just to open up a better angle.
97.
Always makes me laugh going treble 17 on 81. You can't possibly like double 15 that much.
Yeah, just ask Luke Littler. Doesn't work for him.
Yeah, but he's the exception to the rule. He's the exception to most rules.
Carl,
He's not 16. You can't go that way. You can't possibly do that. He does it all. Tops.
24.
Will somebody please stop bending that tops wire? It's going to break sometime soon.
It's like Uri Geller's in the room. It's He's done this already today, but can't find the double 14 for another 1-2-1.
Carl, you require 40.
He's not needing to bend a spoon. He needs to find tops.
Game
Oh,
shot
there you go.
there. Go
Stay away
Gabriel.
from the bit that has been somewhat tortured. But I've literally never
Fifth leg
seen
is
a
Carl to
double
throw first. Game
on a
on.
dartboard where the top wire or the outside wire has been pushed more times than tops today. You can actually see the board
97.
has actually suffered because of it.
We've got a feel. I mean, tops is obviously a double that players leave on a regular basis, but you have got the likes of Carl Gabriel.
57.
You've also got Robert Thornton, players that will go out of their way to leave tops.
They have genuinely
140.
made that wire move. The way those dartboards are made, the wire segment is pre-made and it is
58.
implanted in one piece into the sisal. But because that wire has been touched on the outside so many times, it's actually
140.
slipped downwards because of the pressure it's been under. Now, is this one getting
Carl,
away
you
from
require
Sharp?
124.
Carl Wilkinson is rubbing his hands right now.
40 scored. 60.
He might have the lead on his own. And Sharp might have to settle for 6 points.
But still in a group with the potential that this one has to start getting bunched up. Obviously, it will depend on those kind of first 6 games tomorrow to see how things take shape. Leg difference could be all important.
Indeed.
54.
As could miss doubles, but his lead is rather healthy.
Yeah, Sharp just looks over to the scoreboard, and I think that slight smile on his face tells you, yeah, he knows he's been well and truly beaten so far in this leg, but he's still got to get across the line.
135. Carl, you require 10.
Yeah, that's a celebration of where have you been? Well, this is where you don't give up. because double 5, as you've just seen, is not easy to hit. Sharp has got to believe that if he puts in a big score here, he might get a chance.
75.
And he might.
Carl, you require 10.
Time to find out.
Game shot in the 5th there.
Well, apparently
Go,
not.
Gabriel.
Yeah, that was smack right in the middle of double 5.
6th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
He's got to get a hold of this scoring sometime
26.
soon, otherwise Gabriel will stroll to victory. And all of a sudden, he's in the mix. Take
140.
Carl Wilkinson out of it. Then you've got 2 players on 4 points, 2 players on 6 points, and that person at the bottom on 2 points in Robert Thornton is still in this.
70.
And just imagine if he were to beat Carl Wilkinson in the first game that they play tomorrow. You are absolutely right, Laura. The first couple of rounds tomorrow will tell us what kind of group we will have.
$180.
Well, another maximum for Sharp. Just gives him the
82.
edge. But this is a leg again that he's thrown first in, and he's still finding himself on the back foot.
$134. 60. David, you require 91.
To take us all the way then. What's he thinking? Ah, he was thinking double-double.
51. Carl, you require 119.
To win his last game of the day. 19 first is the right call. But he's not getting a shot at tops
99.
last.
David, you
It's a
require
good last, but it could
40.
be all academic. Sharp looking to level up at 3-all. Tops the target. Right on the wire. Can he use it as a guide?
30.
It deflected.
He knows
Carl, you
that he's
require
let this one
20.
slip. He has underperformed. Gabriel is there to pounce. And he is able
And the
to do
match.
it.
Go, Gabriel.
Carl Gabriel has bunched this group up, and things really are getting very interesting. He's becoming the ninja, leaving the stage quickly. He wins this one by 4 legs to 2, which means that Wilkinson is leading the table on his own. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and thanks for staying with us to the end of the show. We've had a really interesting last couple of rounds, as you can see. Carl Gabriel, with that last win, has bunched things up, and at the expense of David Sharp. Robert Thornton did have a chance of taking out Carl Wilkinson, and if he had closed out leg number 5 on double 16, we would have had a slightly different complexion. But Carl Wilkinson does lead by 2 points overnight, and Thornton has got the most to do. Laura Turner is still with us. A really interesting last round of play there, because we could have had 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on 4, but one dart cost us that.
Yeah, and I think Robert Thornton, and he'll be really disappointed, because for me that was the best we'd seen. You go 3-4 legs in and he was averaging well in excess of 100, and it just slipped off for him. But credit to Carl Wilkinson as well, because he then put his foot on the floor, got better throughout that match. So yeah, Carl Wilkinson deserved at the top, 8 points. And I think he would, for Carl, he would have been disappointed if he hadn't have picked up that last match, because he had such a strong start. Yeah,
he did have a strong start. He was having some good finishing as well. That 1-2-3 against Brandon was a really good display of how he was able to get rid of a game before it got troublesome.
Yeah, and that's what he had done pretty much really, throughout the day. It was just that one slip up against Sharp, didn't perform at that high level, which is why it was 4 wins out of the 5. But a really productive day for Carl Wilkinson. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to take the 4 wins.
David Sharp, his first game wasn't very good today. But by the end of that game, he started to show some of the darts that we've accustomed with him since he came here for the first time. Was it important for him to not necessarily get the result in the first game, but just show some sort of buoyancy going into his next round match?
I think so, because as you say, it was a slow start. I think what we've seen from Sharp is these brilliant highs, but we've seen that inconsistency, and we saw that in the first game. I think in the second game, he did get the result. It did go his way, but again, it was just the consistency of play, and then the last one just came undone right at the very end.
Losing the last match, is he leaving disappointed though, even after a bad start?
I think so, because he was getting better as the day went on, and he would have just beaten Carl Wilkinson. He would have had that positive energy. He knew that he had an opportunity to move not just onto 8 points, but he could have led the table going into tomorrow. So I think the fact that he lost isn't the be-all and end-all. I think most players will say that, but when you don't perform and play to the levels that you know you've got, that's where the disappointment comes.
I want to talk about Scarat, because at one point today, he was threatening something that he could have done twice in the week. Rather ridiculous to say that he's never had a 9-darter until this week. There was a point today where he could have had 2, but he hasn't had a bad day either.
He really hasn't, no, not at all. And he's right in the mix, and you're seeing him here with the 1-1-8 finish. That obviously the route, it was a bit up for debate, but the execution in the end was perfect, and a bit of rare emotion from him as well from the 1-1-8, because we see the little fist pump. But yeah, honestly, 180, when he had the 1-4-1 left, I think we all thought, yeah, go on, 2 in a week, let's do it.
I was saying to you just before the end of the last match that Jason Brandon was probably happy with his day's work. His leg difference is all square. He's on 6 points. Is he feeling very confident of making the top 2 going into tomorrow now?
I have 2 lines of theory. Yes, if you said again to Jason, you're going to be mid-table, you're well in the mix, then I think he would be happy with that. But you think how fine the lines were for him. The difference between him going into Group B and going into Group C was 1 dart. 1 dart at 32 would have seen him in Group B. I think this is a case that he doesn't want history to repeat himself. If he narrowly misses out just by leg difference, I think that's a possibility in this group that it's going to get more bunched.
If Carl Gabriel doesn't win that last match of the session, are we talking about him very differently? Because now that he's got it, he's very much part of this, isn't he?
There's that, and also the fact that with Carl Gabriel winning that last match, it just bunches up the table even more. We've only got 1 player on 8 as opposed to 2. So even if Carl Wilkinson runs away and goes through the card tomorrow, there's still that other place that everyone is really in contention with. And as you say, the win for Carl gives him a couple of wins. He's only 4 points off the top. Anything can happen tomorrow.
Do you expect Carl Wilkinson to get through tomorrow?
From what I've seen today, yes. He just looks confident, assured. Probably the fact that he got through to finals night last time, he's got that extra bit of confidence, and he just looks like the most consistent for me.
Who else is going to go through?
That is the question. Thank you for asking me. I genuinely don't know.
You don't need to answer it. We'll leave it until tomorrow. And you will be back tomorrow, as will I. But we've got plenty more coming up for you on Pluto TV over the next few hours, because next We have got an audience with Phil Taylor, and I'm sure he's got plenty of things to tell you, that's for sure. We've got more darts coming for you a little bit later on tonight. 10 o'clock, set your alarms and be on Pluto TV to watch Kurt Parry make his return to singles action as well. When we've got Saturday night coming up, you don't want to miss that either. So, finals night in week number 1 of Series 12. Make sure you're here for that. And of course, week 2, that starts on Monday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that was an afternoon, wasn't it? Thoroughly enjoyable. Plenty of people who are in the mix. So we'll see you later on at 10 o'clock.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is! That shot wins week 6! Maximum checkout. He's done it!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator,